أعزائنا الحضور، نرجو منكم أخذ مقاعدكم استعداداً لبدء برنامج المنتدى. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The program will begin now. أعزائنا الحضور، نرجو منكم الوقوف استعداداً للسلام الملكي. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لإيلاف قريش إيلافهم رحلة الشتاء والصيف فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أطعمهم من جوع وآمنهم من خوف.
In the vast expanse of human history, there have always been heroes in the shadows, unseen yet indispensable. These are the unsung champions of logistics, whose relentless efforts have woven the fabric of our lives, memories, and societies. Millennia ago, merchants and caravan drivers embarked on perilous journeys along the Silk Road and across maritime routes. They braved deserts, mountains, and rivers. Their tireless efforts knitting together the distant corners of the world. These hidden heroes laid the foundation for cultural exchange and global commerce, their legacy enduring in the silk, spices, and stories they carried. In ancient Mesopotamia, the wheel was born, a simple yet revolutionary invention. Farmers, traders, and craftsmen harnessed its power to move goods efficiently, transforming daily life. These anonymous innovators, though seldom celebrated, forever altered the trajectory of human progress. The age of exploration unfurled new horizons, with sailors and explorers navigating uncharted waters. Their voyages, fraught with danger, opened up the world. The mariners and shipbuilders, often lost to history, were the architects of a new era of global connectivity. And then, the clatter of steam engines and the hum of factories heralded the Industrial Revolution. Railway workers and engineers toiled to lay tracks that spanned continents, while dock workers and sailors kept the lifeblood of trade flowing. These industrious souls powered a new age of mass production and rapid transport. Their contributions etched into the steel and steam of progress. With a simple click and clatter, Samuel Morse's telegraph shrank the world. Not only the goods, also the messages that once took weeks, now travelled in moments. Thanks to the operators and linemen who strung miles of wire. These quiet communicators revolutionized coordination and logistics. Their invisible hands guiding the flow of information. The digital revolution brought computers, the internet, and sophisticated software to logistics. Programmers, data analysts, and IT specialists developed systems that tracked, planned, and optimized the movement of goods. These digital architects, behind their screens, revolutionized logistics with their code and algorithms. And today, Saudi Arabia emerges as the global hub of logistics. Positioned at the crossroads of continents, the kingdom is set to become the central station, connecting the world with unparalleled efficiency. Saudi Arabia's transformative power will enhance trade, enrich lives, and shape a more prosperous future for all. Saudi Arabia and the Global Logistics Forum are leading the charge, working towards a new frontier where logistics spans beyond Earth. Together, they're transforming dreams into reality, connecting us with a universe of possibilities.
Salam alaikum. Excellencies, Your Highness, distinguished guests, welcome to the inaugural edition of the Global Logistics Forum in Riyadh. I am your logistics manager,
Nice.
Femi OK, also known as your co-MC.
And I'm David Eads. I've come from London. This place is heaving, Femi, absolutely packed. As I say, I've come from London. Femi has come from Washington. But here's an interesting thing. This entire venue has come, like many of you actually, from all over the world. Mm-hmm. It's been shipped here, flown here, transported to Riyadh, and over the course of the last 6 weeks or so, reassembled and constructed into this really, frankly, huge and impressive forum. So I hope we put it to good use.
Our Global Logistics Forum will be watched not just here in Riyadh, but all over the world. So if you're joining us virtually, you're very welcome. It's great to have you online. What makes this forum distinct is the number of logistics industries that it brings together, from maritime to air cargo, road and rail, last mile, and all of the technology innovators and groups that connect them all together and from all over the world. So we're talking about North America, Latin America, Africa, Asia, Europe, and of course right here in the Middle East.
What a great opportunity. Look, let's make no bones about it. It is not all plain sailing. We know there are geopolitical challenges, economic challenges, issues about the environment and climate. But there is also, as you know, real growth potential, whether that's through accelerated technology and innovation, or indeed just this very fast developing world in which we live, which creates new markets, new trading routes.
We have 2 days of expert speakers for you to enjoy. High-level government speakers, policy makers, taking part in fireside chats, in keynotes, in panels, right here in the plenary room, and then also in the 4 stages either side of this plenary as well. So much to get into.
And let's get straight on with it, shall we? We start with a keynote speech from someone who is absolutely steeped in the world of logistics. That's maritime and shipping, of course, aviation, aerospace, it's land transport, road and rail, you name it, he's done it, he's working to reshape the logistics landscape.
Under the patronage of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz, His Excellency Engineer Saleh Al Jazal, Minister of Transport and Logistics for Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much for joining us.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Peace be upon you.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever Global Logistics Forum here in Riyadh. And let me start with expressing my sincere gratitude to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz. King Salman bin Abdul Aziz for his patronage of the forum. And to His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, who has inspired the logistics sector like never before, articulating that into comprehensive, robust, and ambitious vision. There is no better time to hold this forum. The global logistics industry stands at a critical juncture. Current disruptions highlight the fundamental needs to ensure safety and security of the supply chain and the seamless functioning of the backbone of global commerce. So economies thrive, goods get delivered, and people are connected. In my life, I've seen the logistics made it possible for my favorite cup of coffee to get delivered to my house, and for vaccines to be transported to areas that couldn't otherwise be reached. Today marks not just a moment for reaction, but it's time for action. An opportunity to strengthen, transform, and safeguard the global logistics network that connects us all. Over the next 2 days, we will together address the challenges that face us and shape sustainable future that promote prosperity for everyone. And where could it be better to hold the Global Logistics Forum than at the crossroads of Asia, Europe, Africa, the heart of the global connectivity, where more than 40% of the world's GDP is reached within 6 hours. Centuries ago, Saudi Arabia stood at the crossroads of some of the most vital trade networks in history, including the incense route, the spice routes, and sea route of the Silk Road. These routes, which covered continents, carried not only goods, but ideas and cultures that shaped civilizations. And now, once again, we are at the forefront of global trade. Through cutting-edge infrastructure, such as King Salman International Airport, said to be one of the world's largest, and building state-of-the-art seaports, and doubling the length of our rail network, Saudi Arabia is creating the future. These facilities are key to Saudi Vision 2030, which continues to drive us toward becoming a global logistics powerhouse. The National Transport and Logistics Strategy, which was launched by His Royal Highness in mid-2021, is set to invest more than $1 trillion, by 2030, of which 200 billion riyals have already been deployed. These investments have translated into leapfrogs in the Saudi logistics sector, leading us to rise in global rankings, jumping 17 ranks in the Logistics Performance Index issued by the World Bank, and 14 places in the Global Connectivity Index of IATA. Strategic collaboration between the public and private sectors have been key to these achievements. At the same time, the Kingdom is making huge strides in sustainability through the Saudi Green Initiative. Last year alone, using the Saudi rail network, the equivalent of 1 million truck journeys were eliminated from our roads, drastically reducing carbon emissions. With the advancements in technologies such as AI, blockchain, and smart infrastructure, the world is reforming the supply chain, reducing cost, increasing speed, and protecting the environment. Through cooperation, focus on sustainability, and the adoption of new technologies, great progress will be made. Right here, right now, let's work together to shape the future of our industry. Thank you for your commitment, and God bless you all.
His Excellency Saleh Al-Jaza, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, Saudi Arabia. Minister, Your Excellency, I know you'll be back on stage very soon. But for now, we are going to go into a special section of exciting announcements that require music before I announce them. So for these special announcements, David and I will call the representatives onto stage. They will come onto the stage. They will have the initiative that they are representing documented in photographic form. And then the audience here at the Global Logistics Forum will break into spontaneous applause, rather like now. Excellent. His Excellency, Engineer Saleh Al-Jaza, is the Minister of Transport and Logistics Services. Your Excellency, please come and join us on the stage. I'm also going to ask and invite His Excellency, Lieutenant General Kamal Abdul Hadi Al-Wazir, Deputy Prime Minister, Industrial Development, and Minister of Industry and Transport. Excellencies, please take a seat. We are going to mark the cooperation in maritime connectivity. The cooperation will enhance the joint cooperation of transport, yachts and ferries, and passenger cruise ships to encourage maritime tourism. And we are literally going to sign this agreement on the stage while music plays in the background as we mark this historic moment.
One, the spare one here, the spare one over there, 15 and 16.
I was told 5 microphones.
Yes. Yeah, 3, 4.
5. Okay.
exchanging of the binders, the contract is being signed. Can you imagine the pressure of signing in front of thousands of people and virtual viewers around the world? Your Excellencies, we thank you so much. Congratulations on this memorandum of understanding. What an exciting way to start off the first day of the Global Logistics Forum. The photographers have done their job. History has been documented. Excellencies, please take your seats again. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. That's the first of our series of MOUs that we're going to bring you. And I'd like to introduce the second one, inviting up onto the platform a representative from EW Partners and the King Salman International Airport. Please come up and join us. As you do so, I'm just going to give you a little bit of background on the extent of this particular memorandum of understanding, because it's a project led by the Ministry of Transport and Logistics Services in partnership with the KSIA and EW Partners. And the aim is to position Saudi Arabia as a global hub in logistics, trade and industry, a project expected to attract substantial international investment, and it's quite a project covering a total area of 4 square kilometres and will be developed in 4 phases over the next 12 years. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed.
The moment has been documented. Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations. I am calling up the representatives of MSC Saudi Arabia and King Abdullah Port. Please come to the stage. We'd like to recognize you and your initiative. Thank you so much. Can I ask you to come to the center of the stage? I will guide the way for you. Right here is the best camera angle. Thank you.
Get your best side as well.
Excellent. Welcome to this very large stage. Please stand there.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
We are celebrating a new contract for temperature-controlled warehouse construction at the King Abdullah Port. It will bolster Saudi Arabia operations on new cold storage facilities at the King Abdullah Port. Congratulations. Thank you. His Excellency Dr. Ramey Al Ramey is Chairman Board of the Saudi Logistics Academy. Welcome to our stage at the Global Logistics Forum. Please join us here. And also from the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development, His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Abu Ihsan. Thank you so much, sir. Please make your way to the center of the stage. We are recognizing an initiative to train 7,800 people in transport and logistics services in 60 different training programs and diplomas. This initiative will raise skills and national human capital, joining the labour market through this exceptional program. Thank you, gentlemen.
I should say, Your Excellency, you're a very busy man, Your Excellency. I'm going to ask you to stay up for a moment. We have a few MOUs, and you're at the heart of them, so thank you very much for staying with us. And I'd also like to call on a representative from the Saudia Group, plus MTLS, to come up on the stage. Thank you very much. We've just been referencing the importance of education and training, and here again, this is an agreement for 553 seats for the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Scholarship Program, a Whitehead path for the Saudi Airlines Group, 6 study programs in all, and just to remind you, a total of 553 seats available there.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Ramey Al-Ramey is the Vice Minister at the Ministry of Transport and Logistics Services. He's also going to be one of our co-MCs. He's going to be on stage so often. Thank you, Your Excellency, for staying with us. I'm also going to call up a representative of Matarat Holding to celebrate this next initiative. The representative from Matarat Holding, please make your way to the stage. We will be marking an agreement for over 630 scholarship seats across programs in the aviation and logistics sectors.
Last one.
Thank you so much. If you stand in the center of the stage, we can document this moment. An initiative also includes 24 seats for the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Scholarship Program.
You can see from the MOUs, this is a sector which is certainly not standing still, and we're going to move on to the next one because, once again, Your Excellency, if you could stay with us, please. I'd also like to invite up onto the stage a representative from the helicopter company. Congratulations on another agreement here, this time for 23 seats for the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Scholarship Program, a Whitehead path for the helicopter company.
His Excellency Ramey Al-Ramey, let me remind you, is the Vice Minister at the Ministry of Transport. I'm also going to ask to come on stage a representative of Tanfithi to mark this next initiative. Thank you for making your way to the center of the stage. We appreciate you. Welcome. Thank you very much. This is an agreement for 8 seats for the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Scholarship Program.
And finally, with some delightful symmetry really, an agreement again for 630 scholarship seats across 11 programs in the aviation and the logistics sector. So please could we also have a representative from Saudi Railway and MOTLS. MOTLS is here, so Saudi Railway, please come and join us on the stage. Gentlemen, both, thank you very much indeed. And thank you indeed to all of those of you who've contributed to these memorandums of understanding. I mean, they are representative, they are illustrations of the direction of travel, of the opportunity that is growing here in Saudi Arabia, and indeed further afield day by day. We are going to move now on to our first panel discussion. It's an exceptional one at that, because it is populated by a host of government ministers from across the region. The title of the session is Logistics Builds Nations, Nations Build Logistics, and it's an opportunity to reflect how the modern logistics, the reshaping of that, as Minister Al-Jasser phrased it earlier, is working, yes, within Saudi Arabia, but across the Gulf region and indeed further afield into the Middle East, and look at some of the possible routeways to further trade opportunities. We will also reflect to a degree on the challenges, as we've discussed before, whether they are environmental, issues of investment and where that comes from, and of course geopolitical. So as we have our chairs laid out very neatly for us up on the platform, I'd like to introduce our ministers one by one, if I may, and I will start with His Excellency Khalid Al-Fali, who is the Minister of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency. Would you like to take this seat here, sir? His Excellency Engineer Saleh Al-Jasser, Transport and Logistics Services Minister. Next seat. Thank you, sir. Joining us from Egypt, His Excellency Lieutenant General Kamal Abdelhadi Al-Wazir, Deputy Prime Minister for Industrial Development and the Minister of Industry and Transport. Minister, you're very welcome. And His Excellency Sohail Mohammed Al-Mazroui, who is the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure in the United Arab Emirates. And to complete this impressive panel, His Excellency Saeed Hamoud Saeed Al-Mawali, who is the Minister of Transport, Communications and Information Technology in Oman. Sir, you're very welcome. Please come and take a seat, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. A little bit of musical chairs to start us off. What a great way to start. Please take a seat, gentlemen. I think given some of the figures that Your Excellency Al-Jasser gave us, 1 trillion rial investment in logistics within Saudi Arabia, I mean, that's a huge figure in itself. 200 billion already invested. So, Your Excellency, I want to start with you with a perspective on investment, on opportunity, but not necessarily just here. We can talk about investment all we like, but there is also a real world going on outside. You're looking to encourage investment into what are very long-term infrastructural programs, or perhaps slightly uncertain renewable fuel programs, you name it. It's not straightforward. So what are you hearing from investors? What are they looking for, and how ready or reticent are they to contribute?
Thank you, David. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellency, thank you for the invitations and congratulations on getting this great group of leaders and shapers and movers of our industry in this very timely conference, and like you said, at the heart of where it's happening globally. I think it's intuitive and common knowledge that logistics and transport is foundational, and without it, our modern economy will stop being what it is, and essentially, figuratively and literally, it does make the world go around, and we're thankful for those leading in the industry for doing the great job they do day in and day out. I can tell you today, every investor we talk to, especially those who have capital, are very much interested in logistics and transport, and see it at an inflection point in time in history that is going to require a lot of capital and will be fundamental to a number of mega trends that we're going through. Of course, the sector itself as a vertical is huge. $3.8 trillion is the size of the sector, but as I mentioned, it's essentially fundamental, impacting other sectors like manufacturing, agriculture, travel and tourism, information technology, and the list goes on. What is going to require a huge influx of capital, which the actors in the global investment landscape are ready to deploy, are the mega trends that we know. And I think what's relevant for us in the region the most, but all of them are extremely relevant, is regionalization of global supply chains. Globalization has been good to humanity. It's been good to the global economy. It's not going away, but it's going to evolve into more of a regional, multi-hub type logistic and transport system. And the Middle East, as His Excellency mentioned in his remarks, is at the center of it. So we are at the cross-section of north-south, east-west. And we're going to create our own regional logistics hub. We're already creating it. We're not starting from zero, but I think they will be quite a rapid acceleration. So there will need to be connectivity. I'm happy to see His Excellency Kamel Wazir sign with His Excellency Saleh a very important two nodes in this regional network that is developing with the maritime connectivity between Egypt and Saudi Arabia. The Emirates is with us, Oman is with us, and we're essentially one network. And of course, the GCC railway is adding to what's already existing. So there will be a lot of capital. Today, David, 30 ports constitute 80% of maritime traffic. That is too much concentration, and I think that's going to evolve, so our ports will get more and more demand. The second, I think, important transition is the energy transition, climate. Our industry, the industry we're talking about today, contributes, unfortunately, 10% of global emissions. And it is the slowest in its decline over the last 20 years due to its nature. Heavy trucking, aviation, shipping is not very easy to switch to alternative fuels, but that we must do. And of course, there will be, as you mentioned, migration from heavy fuel oils to diesel, which has already taken place, and from that to new fuels. All of the shipping fleet has to be repurposed for that, and the ports, and we have to create new center.
Sorry to interrupt you. How worried are you about that and the pace of investment for change? Because looking at the figures, the IMO wants 5% renewable fueling by 2030. It's around about 1% now. It's going slow.
I think from a climate standpoint, and given everybody's commitment to net zero in the next few decades, I see that as a challenge that the industry needs to rise to. However, I know there is a lot of work. The kingdom, we see it as a huge opportunity for us. Many people will assume that we're seeing it as a threat. In fact, we see these fuels of the future, whether it's green ammonia, blue ammonia, methanol, into shipping, as a huge opportunity for the kingdom and indeed for countries in the region, because we're endowed, just like we have been endowed with oil and gas, which has been helpful to us the last 100 years. We're endowed with solar and sun, and we're deploying at scale today in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia the largest plants producing green hydrogen and blue hydrogen by the key national champion. The other, I think, trend, of course, is digitalization, data processing, AI. And that is a huge enabler. The industry needs to be more efficient, and digital is the solution for that. And the last, perhaps, mega trend is e-commerce, and we've seen with technology how disruptive that has been, and one of the top 3 global companies from nothing to being one of the top 3 companies is Amazon, which has made its wealth. But also, if you look at other logistic companies, in the news recently has been the DSV DB Schenker merger, over 55 billion euros of value. When I asked the question, how much of this market valuation is due to hard assets, the surprising answer was 10%.
Wow.
The 90%, the rest of the 90% of the valuation is primarily technology. Their ability to move goods through the multimodal global logistic and transport system from end to end most efficiently using technology, using relationship, using contracts, using the magic of logistics. That's already in the region. We have companies like Agility. We have Saudi companies like SPL that are also deploying technology at scale, and they will be global players. We're bringing some of the largest investors globally, not only in cloud computing, but His Excellency here, Abdullah Swaha, is not here just observing. He's here because he knows that all of the investments he's leading in AI, digital, all of the different sub-verticals within MCIT are going to enable the sector and are going to be pulled and fed with demand from the sector.
It's going to happen, quite clearly. Huge opportunities there. Do you mind? I'm just going to, and I want to get onto regionalization as well, which is critical with our panel of excellencies here. But before I do that, Your Excellency Al Jasser, can I just ask you, let's do a little bit of nuts and bolts, if you like. You know, we're talking logistics. That is about transport, and it's about warehousing, and it's about managing trade and the transport of trade. You have your expertise in aviation, in shipping, in land transport, in all of these things. But now, as Minister for Logistics Services, the prioritization of these elements, how do you work through that?
Well, I would say it's very simple. We are here to enable the vision. So the vision determines the priorities, and we are, as a sector, support that and enable that by prioritizing our projects according to the needs of these different sectors. So when it comes to Hajj and Umrah, to tourism, trade, industry, quality of life, mega projects, we have to align our priorities according to the needs of those, because the idea is to create the maximum impact at the level of the economy.
And that brings us into, as you say, alignment and vision. It brings us into regionalization. We've talked already about the importance of the Gulf region and effectively creating one path, one route. So I do want to turn, gentlemen, to the perspectives from both the UAE and Oman, and indeed then Egypt as well. But perhaps if we reflect, Your Excellency, Suhail Mohammed Al-Mazroui, on that link up, how much further will it go, and at what sort of pace? Because people are in a hurry here.
Well, first of all, it's great to be here. And I think what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia trying to do is put more focus internationally on this very important sector. But let me give you a perspective on the relevance of the region to the world. For us in the UAE, this is a sector that we've been investing in heavily for the past, I would say, at least 40 years. And not only investing in the infrastructure in the UAE to build a hub that many countries are relying on in selling their goods as a transit or as a re-export, but also to invest in the technology, to invest in the M&A of buying certain technologies that will enable us to help others in managing in the operation of ports, because at the end of the day, it's the speed of connectivity. It's this road that we need to go through. But the challenges of the future are huge. The population is growing. We cannot rely on expanding just the shipping lines or the number of ships, because the pollution is going to be an issue. We need to rely on other means of connectivity. And we are proud to be presented in around 78 countries. Two of our prominent operators, DP World and Abu Dhabi Ports, managing around 112 ports today in 78 countries. And in these countries, we help them to speed up the process by building a single window. So the region is also a positive contributor to improving the efficiency, reducing bureaucracy, and establishing systems. Now the future is going to be in the blockchain technologies. How can we speed up? How can we eliminate certain processes between the first buyer of a good and the end consumer? And by doing that, we at the GCC are committed through the GCC Railway to build that interconnectivity. If you combine the infrastructure in the UAE with the ones in Saudi Arabia, with Oman and Kuwait and Qatar, and most, if not all of our countries have built a mega ports infrastructure. So connecting those together is, I think, a frog leap in connectivity that is going to help the whole world.
Let me keep joining the dots up, because I've just talked to our other representative from the GCC on the panel from Oman. Minister, you're also Minister for Information Technology, so talk about AI, talk about integrating technology links and ties. It's one thing to talk about it, difficult to achieve nonetheless, because there are still so many different routes that countries, and we're talking here about nations, building logistics that individual countries will take.
Well, thank you very much. I think it is logical. If you look at the logistics sector, as His Excellency was pointing out, it cuts across many sectors, and it gets affected by the international trends, the global trends. And one of these is digitalization and AI. If you look at quick commerce, for example, today, you will see huge developments and it's basically what His Excellency Suhail was talking about. The end user don't want the layers in between, and that will be taken away or taken care of through the blockchain, through the AI, and through all of these technologies. Today, as you may see, and as His Excellency Salih Al-Jasser was mentioning, his favorite coffee, he can order it while staying at home from wherever that is around the world. The AI will make sure that all of these assets that we've built, because we look for these opportunities. Most countries built assets, huge assets, not cheap, and they are looking for opportunities to sweat them. The best opportunity to sweat these assets is through the enablement of AI, through the enablement of digitalization. And, the world is not waiting. It's happening as we speak today.
Let's jump out of the GCC for a moment. I'd like to turn to you, Lieutenant General Kamal Abdelaziz Al-Wazir. Thank you for waiting patiently for a chance to jump in on this. You are not in this beneficial customs world that our colleagues here are in, but we are talking about regionalization, about partnerships. Where do you see the benefits for you now in that bigger picture?
In the beginning, I'd like to thank you very much for your question. I'd like also to thank Saudi Arabia for organizing this global forum, and I'd like to also thank my colleague and my friend Engineer Saleh for inviting us all to be here in under this one roof in order to see what we all can do in order to work together and cooperate together. We'll see what Saudi Arabia is doing and what Egypt is doing to integrate with each other. My colleague Suhail al-Mazroui from the United Arab Emirates and our colleague from Oman, our colleague from Jordan, so that we can all work together. We all have our own projects that aim at developing the logistics and transportation aspect, and we call it the backbone of life. We call it the backbone of life. Egypt, when it started after the revolutions and political change periods, started to put a change plan on all aspects and fields. It started with one important priority, which is logistics and transport, without which we will not be able to perform our plans in tourism, trade, industry, and agriculture. We will not be able, without it, to connect with our colleagues, whether in the Arab and the near Arab realm or in the regional realm in general. In logistics, we invested more than 2.2 billion Egyptian pounds. This is our plan, and this will end by the end of this year. So first, I'd like to mention that nations create logistics, or logistics create nations. I'd like to say that nations build logistics and logistics services so that these logistics build the sustainability of nations. So we need to be sustainable and developed nations. When we planned, we said that we need to have the logistics paths or lanes that starts with an agriculture or an investment or industrial area, an area of production, or a population area that is very heavy with population, and a port, whether land or seaport, connected with a method of transportation or a means of transportation, whether diesel or fast lane railway, in order to reach the zero carbon target as mentioned by yourself and by my colleagues. Also moving towards dry ports in order not to take these products from the agriculture and go directly to the port, and or for example, to bring things from the port to the agriculture area. We don't want these products and goods to stay for a long time at the ports. We need logistics and dry ports in order to be able to finalize and facilitate all of the procedures and expedite the process so that we have a faster and quicker supply chain that is facilitated and easier for all of us. In the recent years, despite of coronavirus pandemic and the Russian-Ukrainian crisis and the changes and the security challenges and wars or maybe conflicts that are happening in the region around us, this urged us to continuously secure the delivery of supplies to the population of Egypt, which is more than about 106 to 110 millions, and also our production that needs to be delivered to the whole world. That's why we are developing the railways, the airports, the seaports. In the seaports, we developed more than 15 commercial seaports in cooperation with the biggest operation and management companies in the world, including UAE companies like Dubai ports or Abu Dhabi ports, in order to be connected to our regional work. In my eastern side, I'm connected to Saudi Arabia through the logistics ports connecting As-Sukhna airport on the Red Sea and Nuweiba and Taba airports and Bernice airports, connected to all of the regions in Egypt towards the White Sea or the Mediterranean Sea to transport all of the Arab and Egyptian goods through Egypt.
We've been talking about, and you're creating it. I do want to touch, though, you talked about geopolitical challenges. You mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Look, we've got to accept there are disruptions in the Red Sea. You were instrumental in re-engineering the Suez Canal. I mean, it must hurt from a personal level, I think, to see some of the disruptions. But the longer this disruption goes on, presumably, the greater the challenge for all the infrastructural longer-term efforts that we're talking about here.
Of course, what happens in, for example, the Gaza Strip, or in the southern part of Lebanon or the Arab region. All this impacts navigation in the Red Sea, especially the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Egypt and Saudi Arabia are coastal countries on the Red Sea, and they are directly impacted by the security changes or the disturbance that happens in the Red Sea. One of the most important straits that are impacted is the Suez Canal, of course. Suez Canal, as you heard in the round ministerial table in the morning, His Excellency, the President of the Suez Canal Authority, speaks about 60% less ships going through Suez Canal, and this is an international shipping lane connecting the east to the west. Of course, this was affected by what's happening in the region, and we hope that, and we are hopeful that with our cooperation, this will end soon, and even with our colleagues on the Red Sea and Sultanate of Oman and the United Arab Emirates and all of our Arab countries coasting the Red Sea and the Omani Gulf and the Gulf of the Arabs, that this international shipping lane of the world will go back to its previous times, and to be able to connect all of the Egyptian, Saudi, and Jordanian ports to be connected through the Mediterranean Sea.
Yes, I would like first, before I address this question, to highlight that during the ministerial roundtable, took place this morning, we were fully aligned that it is very important for the trade flows to be protected and to be freed from any challenges. We also agreed that we need to work together even more, and we need to get more connected to each other. We also know that there is more opportunities in employing new technologies, and also opportunities in exchanging experiences among ourselves. In terms of the current challenges in the region and the impact, in Saudi Arabia, we were able to reduce the impact of the situation on our economy. We have done that successfully during the pandemic, where our ports continued to grow, and it is the same as what happening during the current challenges. Our imports and exports year to date had grown 5%, even with the current challenges. The way we've done that, we're lucky with our location, and we're lucky that we have the western coast and the eastern coast. So we moved most of our trade to the eastern coast, and we were prepared for that. We have the infrastructure, we have the connectivity. We're using Dammam Airport, Jibel Airport, Ras Al Khair Airport, and we are complementing that with intermodality, with the train, and with land transport. We even did our best to help other countries having access to these capabilities, and also easing the custom processes, coordinating among the other government entities, where it is much easier and seamless to move product from the east to the west, or even to the land crossings at the north.
This is perhaps representative of the resilience that has been built up from not so very long ago with the pandemic, and a recognition of the need for agility and moving quickly. But on that issue, actually, if I could come back to you for a moment, Your Excellency, Khaled Al-Fali. this is about speed. You're moving at an incredible rate. You need to invest at an incredible rate. You need competition to make that effective and profitable. Generally, in this sort of fast-moving world, people aren't that hot on too much regulation, or has that changed?
Well, the kingdom, of course, is undergoing its most deep, broad transformation in its history. And in the area of the logistics, I think, principle number one is the government is getting out of doing the business. So empowering, enabling, turning the various sectors to the private sector is fundamental. 25 years ago, as an example, 100% of our ports were managed by the port authority. Today, 0% of our ports are managed. So all concessions, it's all global company, and His Excellency has been leading. The airports have been turned to the airport company, and you saw them on the stage today. They are also, and just to give you an example, our most efficient airport is Medina Airport, being managed through a concession, a long-term concession, by a private sector operator. Our most efficient seaport is King Abdullah Port, being managed also, built entirely with zero contribution of capex from the government, and being run with all of the risk taken by a private sector operation. In the next few months and years, you will see also a continuation of this privatization. 4 airports are coming to the market. The first one, Abha, has attracted 100 interested companies that are going through pre-qualification, but I believe this is the beginning of a movement. In terms of regulations, the kingdom has been regulating and deregulating to enable the private sector. We had a PPP law that came a couple of years ago. Just 3 months ago, we announced the updated investment law, which assures the private sector that this nation, this country, this jurisdiction is underpinned by empowerment, enablement of the private sector. There are over 800 other supportive regulations that have allowed the kingdom to leapfrog in all global indices. And I believe this is well underway, but in not a long time, hopefully when this group reconvenes here in Riyadh under the Global Logistics Forum, you will find the kingdom positioned as in every indicator of efficient logistics in the top 10. This is the trajectory. We're going to make it there, of course, through the support. Special economic zones is a key enabler that we have introduced. The first one is here in Riyadh a couple of years ago, and it's not a logistic zone only. It has advanced manufacturing in data equipment. Value chain investments are happening in the hundreds of billions of riyals from domestic investors, international investors, along value chains that are underpinned by supply chains, by special economic zones. Many of them integrate our strong energy position, great assets in logistics, pro-business environment, and of course our decarbonization strategy. But I would say most importantly digital, and entrepreneurship. Today, the entrepreneurial space in Saudi Arabia is going through the roof. I don't want to use the word on fire, but they're really, and many of these entrepreneurs are bringing advanced digital technology into logistics, and that's going to make the difference.
Vertical takeoff, that could be perhaps the metaphor to use for that. Thank you very much, sir. Perhaps very quickly, because I appreciate that we are right up against the clock. Lieutenant General, could I come to you? What is the biggest single, in 1 minute, the biggest single challenge that you think, rather than success story, but challenge now?
The biggest challenge that we face in Egypt, as mentioned by my colleague, Khalid, His Excellency Minister Khalid Al-Faleh. The biggest challenge for us is updating our regulations and moving from the economy of the state that was previously at one point of time governed, controlled by public economy. Now we are working on changing that to enable and to intensify the private sector. Now we're moving quickly to change that with fast paces. Another challenge is to expand our economic and industrial and agriculture efforts in order to meet the expectations of our big population. We have insufficiency in, for example, energy. We need to move quickly towards renewable energy in order to be able to save energy and to reduce the emissions and to use green hydrogen. We started that with Norwegian and French companies.
Your Excellency Syed Hamoud Al-Mawali, for you, I know, information technology is right here for you. We've heard about digital and AI. I guess that is perhaps the single biggest, most exciting maybe opportunity you see.
I think the opportunities for Oman lies in both the harvesting the benefits of the digitalization. We've started already initiatives for port communities, for the connectivity of port community systems with road transport as well as the border crossings. I think the other exciting opportunities for Oman is to work on the green side of things. The country have just announced the first LNG terminal for bunkering with Total. It's going to be under construction very soon. There are immense opportunities when it comes to also production of green hydrogen in Oman because of the natural location and also the intensity of both wind and solar, and also the vast swathes of empty lands for this. We think the opportunities are there. The other opportunity is to use the location of the country, especially in the south, to facilitate trade with East Africa and India.
Thank you very much indeed. Bunkering, I always think, is very brave because you just don't quite know where the future is taking you yet. Perhaps from a perspective from the UAE, Your Excellency, where do you see the biggest single challenge lying rather than just the opportunity?
Well, one of the major challenges for this industry and for others as well is ensuring sustainability while you cater for the future requirements of the world. And I think it's a multi contribution. Contribution comes from multiple sectors to help on this. As His Excellency mentioned, the energy sustainability and ensuring that we have alternative fuels that are sustainable as much as possible. How can we cater for that? And how can we bring more investments? Because many of the infrastructures and ports need modernization, needs to be upgraded. And so that would require huge capital to ensure that we are tackling the future requirements.
Challenge and opportunity in one box there, isn't it, clearly? And last word, if I can, to Your Excellency Salah Al-Jassar. It's a big road ahead, obviously an exciting one, an exciting forum here, and I think you've laid out many of the issues that we can tackle in a more granular way. But for you, single biggest challenge?
Well, despite the current challenges in the region, I've never been as optimistic about the future of logistics in Saudi Arabia, not only in Saudi Arabia, even in the region, as I am today. With the brave vision of His Royal Highness, the clarity of the future, the support to the logistics sector, I think we're taking solid steps toward achieving our Vision 2030 objectives of turning Saudi Arabia into a true global logistics hub.
And that is a very good point. You get a round of applause to preface another round of applause as we come to the close of this panel. Can I say in particular, I think laying out some of these issues now for us to explore over the course of the next 2 days is extremely valuable, as I know is your time. So all of you, Your Excellencies, thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Shukran Gazilan. Thank you very much. So that sets, I think, a very important scene on some of the, obviously, the big strategic integration issues that face this entire region. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Thank you, sir. Thank you. But what I want to do now is move on to one of the other key elements of this. It can't all be about business. It can't all be about trade. It also has to be about foreign affairs, about the way in which this whole world knits together. And I've just heard a lot about regionalization. There are other parts of the world say, well, it's fragmentation that we're worried about. It is issues about China and the US, the Russia-Ukraine situation, the state of affairs surrounding Gaza and indeed this entire region at the moment. And those have to play into any regionalization of trade at the same time. So I'm going to move over here because we're going to embark on a fireside chat, an opportunity for conversation with one of the most esteemed ministers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The title of our session is Weaving the Fabric of Global Trade, and I'd like to ask His Excellency Adel Al-Jubeir, who's the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Climate Affairs, to join me. Please, Minister. Pleasure, real pleasure. Thank you. Do take a seat. Very good to see you. Nice to have you here.
Pleasure to be here.
Look, I'm not going to beat around the bush at the start. We've talked about Red Sea disruption a little bit. It would be odd if we didn't at least have a word about the inflammatory situation in the region as it is at the moment. I'm just going to take one line, which was from the leader of UNIFIL in Lebanon, who this weekend talked about a catastrophic risk of regional conflict. I mean, those are words that obviously on a humanitarian level cast anxiety into all of us. There is a huge amount of damage being done on a daily basis. But also, if you look at the broader picture of things, incredibly damaging for the sort of world that you are trying to create. And I just wonder what your perspective is on where we are.
It's a very challenging time, and we need to find ways to ease conflicts throughout our region. We have the situation in Lebanon, we have Gaza, we have the Red Sea, we have the situation currently in the Gulf. Beyond that, we have challenges in India, Pakistan, Afghanistan. We have challenges in Libya and trying to stabilize the country, in Sudan, in the Horn of Africa, in the Sahel countries. We have challenges involving piracy. We have challenges involving energy issues, and so the challenges are always there, and our role as diplomats and as government officials is to try to find a way to tone down the challenges in order to move the region towards stability. So you can work on improving logistics, the subject of this forum. You can work on your development plans. You can work on moving your society towards a better place. You can work on connecting with the world while you deal with the other challenges also. It would be great if we didn't have them, but they're a fact. We have to roll up our sleeves and try to remove those challenges as challenges, but it can't distract us from the objective of trying to move forward. You have to keep in mind, David, the history of the world, unfortunately, has been conflict. And we have been able as human beings to deal with conflicts over millennia. And unfortunately, it looks like until people realize that life is not a zero-sum game, it's a sum-sum game in which everybody can benefit through trade and through connecting and through cooperation, we will unfortunately have to deal with these challenges.
And some of them, as you say, are red hot. They're not going to be resolved overnight, maybe not for years. So they are things around which you are going to have to gravitate. And Minister Al-Jasser is very much the positivist and an optimist. And you can look around and see the dynamism that's taking place here and realize there is another way forward. But when we then start to broaden out to regionalization, as we were talking there, can you just guide me a little bit through the diplomatic routes to getting there and how much further that can take you? Because we're balancing some tensions and conflicts with an absolute desire to work together for the good of trade, for the good of communities.
I think there are certain bases of justice and injustice that have to be addressed in every conflict. There are issues with regard to international law that have to be addressed with regards to every conflict. And then, of course, there are issues of cost and benefit, where the benefits far exceed the cost of continuing conflicts, and trying to find ways to realize those benefits and reduce the costs. But with regards to the topic of the forum here, I think the issue of trade and logistics has been fundamental in human history. The Nabateans thousands of years ago were merchants and depended on logistics. The Arabs in terms of trade. Christopher Columbus discovered America by accident because he was trying to find a more direct route to India. And all of these efforts were designed to generate trade and prosperity. And with it, as the video mentioned in the beginning of this conference, ideas, connecting people. And so what we have to recognize is that the centrality of logistics in the world, whether it's in the world of politics or in the world of security, is a fact. And unfortunately, it hasn't been paid much attention to because we take it for granted. The food we eat, if it's delayed in cargo, would not arrive in our table fresh. The products we have would be more expensive. When you look at the events in the Red Sea, for example, 14 or 15% of world trade has been affected by this. Ships have to be diverted, which means longer journeys, which means more cost, which means more fuel consumption, which means a negative impact on the environment.
So can I ask you, have all those issues actually prompted an acceleration of diplomatic consideration of other routes? I'm thinking of IMEC as one example, India, Middle East, Europe, a whole fantastic, huge new market to explore and exploit over there. Are they coming out partly as a response to some of these many challenges in terms of geopolitics, or is it more of a strategic thought?
I think the issue of the challenges we have with geopolitics is something that involves death and destruction. So we have to find ways of doing it. The benefit of removing conflicts taking them off the table is that it opens up possibilities for trade and investment, which means prosperity, which means social stability, which means more interconnectedness with the rest of the world, and it benefits everyone. So
sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
You talk about more interconnectedness with the rest of the world. We've got the likes of the World Trade Organization saying we are going the other way. There's more fragmentation in the rest of the world. So critically important that you build your, I suppose, regional building blocks is where I think we're looking at the moment. But what about further afield? Do you have to just sit on that for the time?
I think the historic trends globally are towards more integration. You can't get around it. The challenges that we see, or the disagreements that we see, are more at the micro level with regards to specific sectors or certain countries with other countries. But the direction of history is towards integration. The world is more connected today than it ever was. And it will continue to be more connected as we move forward. And so those are the macro trend lines, and that's not likely to change. So the question is, how do we adapt to it? How do we adjust to it? We also are living in a world where we're in a transition from an information age to a post-information age. We had different areas, the age of enlightenment, the age of discovery, the age of industry, now we're between two major elements in our history. And then whenever you have this, you're likely to have certain turbulences, certain disagreements on what best to move forward. But we will get it right as human beings, because we always have. We wouldn't be where we are today if we weren't able to solve our problems at the macro level over the past 2,000 years.
So can I ask you then, in terms of, call it challenge or opportunity, it doesn't matter. In a way, it's the same end goal, isn't it? An opportunity. But how now do you find that governments and business and international organizations, where there are lots of issues around it, how are they working together to achieve some of these outcomes? Is there a change? Is there more of a sort of evolution going on at the moment?
I would say if you ask them, they probably will tell you they could be working better. My view is that they have been able to achieve tremendous progress. I believe that the importance is to recognize that we live in a world, that our world is diverse, that our world is multicultural, that we have universal values we share, that it is important that we respect one another, that we not impose values on each other, and that we look at the benefits of working together rather than competing. I think that probably is where the source of these disagreements are when it comes to trade agreements and multilateral issues and so forth. I think we need to focus on the problem. We need to find solutions to those problems. We have enough brain power, we have enough technology, we have enough capital in order to deal with those challenges, and I'm fairly confident that we will be able to deal with those challenges with a little bit of heartburn, but so
a little bit of hard work, quite a lot of hard work, but a point taken. And of course, trade engenders better relations in of itself, doesn't it? I mean, you have quite a brief because you are Minister of Foreign Affairs, you're Minister of Climate Affairs, which is another massive challenge. We've reflected one or two of those issues, particularly around renewables, for example. And I wonder once again, in terms of diplomatic and international efforts to do something about that, we do have organizations like the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, who can help to establish, if not firm regulations, then directions at least. How important a part are they playing, and how much do you look at those international organizations as the way ahead? Because you can do and say what you want to an extent. It's a big wide world out there, and you all have to ultimately meet similar goals.
Yes, I think the key is well, first of all, to begin with, commerce will be a big driver. Competition is a big driver. Efficiency is critical. The saying, the future belongs to the efficient. If you can't produce it efficiently, you can't sell it. If you can't package it efficiently, you can't sell it. If you can't transport it efficiently, you can't sell it. And if you can't market it efficiently, you can't sell it. Now put all of these together, and that's your package. So how efficient your ships are is important. How efficient your ports are is important. How quickly you can load and unload ships. How quickly you can load and unload containers. How quickly you can get it from the port to the consumer is important. So efficiencies are very important, and companies will get more efficient because that's what drives profit. With regard to environmental...
We don't have much time, though, do we? I think that's the sort of thing that worries a lot of people, because there is still that lowest cost counts sort of attitude among a vast majority, well, not majority, but a large number.
The pressures are building for companies to do the right thing, and they are doing the right thing because it pays. Being green is profitable. Being environmentally friendly is extremely profitable. I think people confuse, because of the emotional discussion around the environment and around climate change, they confuse the emotions with the reality. The reality is it is very, very profitable to be in renewable energy. It is very efficient to have ships that can run on hydrogen, that can run on alternative power. It is also important that we reduce conflict, so we can reduce the time it takes to go from point A to point B. That's the unknown factor, because that's something we have to deal with as it develops. But in terms of longer range, you are seeing industries shifting, whether it's the airline industry, the shipping industry, whether it's the trucking industry. You are seeing countries looking at the redesign of their cities to make them more efficient so that you can drive less and you can get from point A to point B more efficiently. So the trend lines are moving in this direction. And I would never underestimate the abilities and the capabilities of human beings to adapt and to do the right thing. It is I can understand that it's frustrating that sometimes it takes longer than we would like, but we will get there. Because we have to, because our survival depends on it.
Do you feel you have, as a nation, a perhaps greater responsibility now to ensure these things move at a pace? I mean, you have dynamism across Vision 2030, clearly, but the world needs dynamism for renewables. You mentioned aviation fuel. Sustainable aviation fuel is beyond tiny in terms of a commodity at the moment. How great a sense of responsibility do you have as a nation to drive those things forward?
We have a huge responsibility towards our people, and we have a huge responsibility towards humanity. 70% of our population is under the age of 32 or 33. They expect to live better lives than we did. Better lives means clean air, clean water, clean environment. So for us, the issue of the environment is a priority, and it's manifested through our vision, Saudi Green Initiative and the broader Middle East Green Initiative, where we try to link countries in the region towards dealing with issues of land degradation, land restoration, and dealing with issues of climate. It is important that we overcome this challenge if we want to leave a better world for our children and our grandchildren. And our citizens demand this, and Saudi Arabia is now becoming an example for countries to emulate in terms of the priority we accord to this subject, and in terms of the resources we have allocated to this subject, and also in terms of the progress that we have made on this subject. Nothing is impossible if you put your mind to it.
As a seasoned diplomat, if I can call you that within your phrase, your terms as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, how excited are you also at the opening up of new trade opportunities, trade routes? I was reflecting the other day, the African continent, still largely overlooked in many ways. It's going to hold 40% of the world's population before the end of this century. It's a massive opportunity, I guess. Diplomatically, that must be taking you here, there, and everywhere. I've mentioned India earlier, but the scope, while we talk about regionalization, is evident. The reach, how far?
Very, very excited. We are very focused on essentially the world. Africa, the African continent is our neighbor. If Africa succeeds, we succeed. If there are problems in Africa, they impact us. There are tremendous opportunities in Africa in terms of infrastructure, in terms of minerals, in terms of transportation, in terms of, and you name it, it's there. There are opportunities in Central and South America. There are opportunities in Asia. There are opportunities in Europe, and of course in North America. So we look at the world. If you look at this map behind you, we are between Asia, Europe, and Africa. And you look at the three of the world's main waterways are right around us. What happens in the world affects us, and what happens here affects the world. And we can derive a lot of benefit by continuing to be a proactive player in the world, by connecting with the world and having the world connect with us. We think in global terms, and we think in terms of what's good for everybody.
The title of our chat was Weaving the Fabric of Global Trade, which sounded fantastically poetic, and I was thinking, frankly, of a lot of the bad things that are going on in the world, but you have delivered a very reassuring and optimistic outlook on a world where weaving that fabric seems not just doable, but will happen. And for that, I thank you very much indeed. I really appreciate the opportunity to chat through some of these vital issues. Your Excellency Adel Al-Jubeir, many thanks indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, David. We continue our program with a few words from His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on the importance of logistics. Take a look at the video screen.
Logistics is important. If you want to manufacture in your country, if you want to move goods, it's important to have a good logistic plan. You work it with many countries, many regions, to be sure that goods pass in the right time.
give me my... In a few moments, our program will continue with Eleni Jokas from CNN, and she will take us through for the next 25 minutes. Our program will continue in just a few minutes. Thank you. Stage. Our program continues in 1 minute's time. The Global Logistics Forum program continues in 1 minute's time. Thank you.
أعزائنا الحضور، نرجو منكم أخذ مقاعدكم استعداداً لبدء برنامج المنتدى. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The program will begin now.
Day one of the Global Logistics Forum continues in just a moment. Please take your seats as our afternoon sessions begin. You are about to meet Eleni Jokas from CNN, who will be guiding us for the next 25 minutes on maritime matters and the disruption in the Red Sea. So please take your seats. It is good to have you in the room. Be seated. And then I will say hello to Eleni. Eleni, you're very welcome. Please bring your panel on the stage.
A very good afternoon to you, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to be with you today at the Global Logistics Forum. Incredible conversations from the start of the day and so many more incredible insights to come. My name is Eleni Jokas. I'm an anchor and correspondent for CNN. And today we're going to be talking about resilience of logistics in the face of the disruptions that we've been seeing in the Red Sea. It is no secret that we've seen incredible issues coming through in the Red Sea that has impacted the Suez Canal, it's impacted costs, it's impacted lives, it's impacted insurance, and also importantly, it's upended global logistics. We've had to find new ways to reroute and rethink resilience in the sector. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw something very similar occurring. And again, we had to figure out the way forward. We're sitting in a very similar situation, a lot of uncertainty in the market right now, and of course, hopefully many solutions on the table to alleviate some of the pressures that are now our new reality as more uncertainty is abound. I'd like to welcome our speakers, His Excellency Dr. Rumai Al Rumai, Vice Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Vice Minister, welcome. Welcome, Your Excellency. Good to see you, sir. Take a seat. Admiral Osama Munir Mohammed Rabi, Chairman and Managing Director, Suez Canal Authority. Greetings, Admiral. Great to have you with us. And Bud Dar, Group Executive Vice President, Maritime Policy and Government Affairs at MSC. Welcome, Bud. All right. Gentlemen, take a seat. And really great to be with you today on such an important topic, something that is very close to my heart. Logistics are important. I think people don't realize that everything around us, everything you see in some way is linked to logistics. And it is absolutely vital that everyone in this room, and especially the people that we speak to today, can offer some insight into solutions that are facing us. Your Excellency, I want to start off with you. We've been talking about the overall impact of the Red Sea, and some of the numbers are really staggering. If you look at global trade that passed through the Suez Canal, it was 12% of global trade before the attacks began towards the end of last year. That has dropped by 66%, so we're seeing now 4%. Tell me from your perspective what impact you've seen and how you're quantifying it right now.
All right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, and Alina. And I would like first to start by welcoming and thanking our guests, especially those from outside the kingdom. And I wish them all a fruitful and useful outcome of this event. Red Sea, it's no secret, as you mentioned and mentioned earlier by the ministers, that Red Sea is one of the main arteries for global trade. And disruption in the Red Sea will have an impact not only local, regional, but even globally. What we have seen from this disruption, the impact, of course, it's the cost of maritime freight cost is increased by more than 200%. And of course the time needed to go around the Cape of Good Hope, that's another 10 to 15 days emission and what have you. So the disruption is there. And of course, the good thing about the pandemic, it was a wake-up call then. Yeah. For all of us, that we should not take things for granted and we should not assume that things will stay the same. So I would say that we are better prepared than even before the COVID. So we reacted. Probably we'll talk about what we have done in Saudi and what the rest of the world has done to mitigate, reduce the impact of this disruption.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And we'll get into some of the exciting things that Saudi Arabia is focused on right now. But I want Admiral Rabi to jump in here for us. I mean, one of the biggest impacts we've seen is on the Suez Canal, is on your revenues. From my understanding, revenue for the Suez Canal in the previous financial year was over $9 billion. That's now dropped to $7 billion. Could you give us a snapshot of what is going on at the Suez Canal right now and how you're dealing with this new threat and reality?
شكرا للسؤال. Thank you for the question. Of course, we are struggling with all the disruption that is taking place in the Red Sea. It's not only the Suez Canal, but the whole world is affected, as mentioned by His Excellency, that we've seen delay in supply chain, delay of shipments. It takes more time. The ships takes about 2 more weeks to reach their destination. They need more fuel, so therefore even the environment impact and the pollution of the increased use of fuel will also have an impact on the environment. The shipments arrived at destination delayed. The sailors are requiring higher salaries, and those are matters that impact the whole world. But what we're seeing in Suez Canal, as you mentioned, revenues decreased by 66%, 9.4 billion last year, 7.2 million for this year, and next year, if you continue down the same path. I also would like to add that the Suez Canal last year, in 2023, more than 26,000 sea vessels passed through Suez Canal. So that saved about 51 billion tons of CO2 emissions. So to see that impact now with the different routes towards the around the south of the African continent, I want to say that since 19th of November of last year, south of the African continent and that new route, more than 6,000 ships. The ships were under attack with 121 ships only. It's not a big percentage, but also the security concern remains. the sea vessels that were attacked amount to a small proportion of the overall ships that pass through this different route. As I mentioned, shipments will be delayed. Of course, disruption in the climate, the weather of the Pacific is different. It's a long route. So we say once again that we held discussions with all the maritime companies and the stakeholders. We'll say once again that Suez Canal is the safest route and the shortest route.
It is. It is the shortest route. I mean, and that's the whole point of the Suez. It's this wonderful artery linking up the world, and that has been completely upended. Geopolitics obviously having a big impact on MSC. MSC vessels have been targeted, attacked. You're in many ways at the coalface of this as well, Bud. So give me a sense of what you're seeing right now and what the prognosis is. What's your new reality? You've had to use the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, as an alternative route. How sustainable is this, given that even the Admiral mentioned this isn't just about inefficiencies, this is also about climate, right? I mean, the CO2 emissions are astronomical.
Yeah, well, let me start by saying, if you were just to step back and look at the scenario objectively, I don't think anyone could say we're on a pathway towards de-escalation in the region. I think it's only getting more and more challenging from a safety standpoint, which is key for us. Really, when we made the decision to reroute, it was driven by safety for our seafarers. When we make the decision to go back, it'll be driven by safety for our seafarers. And because the motivations for the Houthis and their targeting is a bit difficult to really get your head around completely, I think you have to look at stability in the entire region, including them, to see the picture actually change. And right now, we're not seeing that just yet, but there are a lot of efforts ongoing, and I am an optimist by nature. One other thing I wanted to mention, because I think Admiral Rabi's correct, that having to reroute and sail all these extra distances does have an environmental effect in addition to a cost effect, of course. But there's another element to that, too, that in the liner business, customers are very demanding on service reliability, and they want a certain frequency of service. So in addition to the longer distances, we also had to increase the service speeds beyond what we were doing. And so it absorbed about 10% more capacity roughly into the networks, but that 10% actually had to go at faster speeds and therefore generate higher level of emissions per nautical mile traveled than they would have otherwise. So there are significant impacts here beyond just the obvious ones, that if you intentionally attack an oil tanker in the Red Sea and then leave it there and make it very difficult for the salvage operation to occur, you're endangering your own water supplies, the incredible ecosystem. So
you're not even risking it at this point. You're not even risking it at this point, going through the Red Sea and through the choke points.
Yeah, in the southern Red Sea, no. I mean, we're avoiding Bab el-Mandab completely. There's some limited amount of service that the liners are providing that serves the northern part of the Red Sea that doesn't get close to Bab el-Mandab or closer to the Houthis.
Yeah. Your Excellency, and to Bud's point, it doesn't look like we're on the path to de-escalation. We're probably on a path to more an escalatory environment. We're very uncertain. But in the meantime, Saudi Arabia is looking at solutions, and I want to talk about some of those. The Saudi Land Bridge, which is an incredible project, and that's basically going to create passenger and logistics network of more than 2,000 kilometers across the country. Where are we with that? How long is it going to take?
Okay, of course, I hope not about the escalation, and we're optimistic that things will get back to normal. Actually, Saudi Arabia is blessed with overlooking two seas. It's the Gulf and the Red Sea. And the disruption in the Red Sea gives us a lesson that we need to have diversification. We need to be agile, and we need to have more options to avoid relying on one source and one route. So, for example, what happened what we have done during this disruption, as mentioned by His Excellency the Minister, that we started utilizing the ports in the Gulf, and also Saudi has a very good road connectivity. In fact, we ranked #1 in the world when it comes to road connectivity. So we're utilizing the roads, the trucking, to connect the east with the west, with the central and north-south. So we managed, if you look at the traffic import-export, in fact, it's an increase of 7% in Saudi. What we have, suffered is the transshipment in the Red Sea that had a, large impact because of the vessels that are not passing through the Red Sea. The land bridge, of course, we have, as I mentioned, roads, but rail also is very important for a country like Saudi Arabia. So we have connection, the ports in the Gulf, Ras Al Khair, Jubail, Dammam, with the capital Riyadh. Now all what we need to do is build the Riyadh to the ports in the Red Sea, Jeddah and King Abdullah Port and Yanbu, plus of course continue the network with the GCC. So we are working in this project for a few years now, finalizing the design and the arrangement of financing this project, which we are planning to finalizing this and construct the project. It's a mega project. It's over 1,000 kilometers passing through the mountain between Jeddah and the desert, tunneling, and it's a huge project, but we are working in finalizing the financing of this project and constructing it soon.
And that will help build the resilience that we need, because this isn't just about the geopolitical potential risk. COVID-19, I mean, we've frankly seen disruptions coming all the time.
True.
So this is the resilience that we need.
It is the resilience that we are working on. And if you remember, before COVID, we were talking from local to global, right, in terms of supply chain.
Yeah.
During COVID, people will start thinking, maybe from global to local or regional, having clusters. And now we're working with different shipping lines to have, free zones, and so that the goods or the supply become closer to the customer than before.
And we've actually seen big headway on that, which is very encouraging. Admiral, I want you to jump in here, and I really want to focus on the fate of the Suez Canal in the event of continued uncertainty. If we don't see things easing up in the Red Sea and the choke point, what contingency plans do you have in place? Because you could still use the Suez Canal and stop off at different points right before you go through the choke point. Tell me how you're thinking about this and how the Suez Canal is still a vital artery.
We are currently working on not depending only on the shipping lane of the Suez Canal for our economy. We have other kinds of economy that we're developing on the Suez Canal area in partnership with international partners in order to have investment projects on the two sides of the canal. For example, Anti-Pollution, Greek company for collecting the waste from ships in the north and the south. For example, the economic zone, we have more than one economic project in order to develop the economic area or the economic zone in order to have other projects that can give us revenues other than the revenues of the Suez Canal itself. We have also the Authority for Developing Ports. We're working on creating or establishing platforms for containers in cooperation with the Ministry of Transport. We're doing all of this in order to diversify our revenues. Also, we have other services that we deliver that weren't there before for the ships that are passing through the Suez Canal. Despite of the current situation, we have 40% of the ships are still passing. We are working 24/7 in order to provide all the services with all of the quality, and also adding new services like maintenance and repair for these ships. It wasn't there before, and we rescued Zigrovia, which is a Greek ship that was targeted or maybe hit in the Red Sea, and it reached our Suez Canal. We rescued it quickly and we took it to the arsenal of Suez Canal in order to maintain it and repair it. We also provide the maritime ambulance service for the ships. We rescued a Turkish captain on a ship that needed a heart surgery. The doctor went there through the maritime ambulance. He was hit seriously, and we took the captain, and the ambulance on land was waiting at the port, and we took him to the Suez hospital, and then he came back and went to his country. Anti-pollution, we have 3 new ships from France in order to collect the waste, whether liquid or hard, because any vessel or any ship that will be hit will be having environmental impacts. So we are doing the work to rescue any ship in the waiting area or any other area in the Red Sea, whether it reached the Suez Canal or not. Also, we have the change of crews. We provide this service in Al Ismailia city port. All of these services are provided because we need to diversify because of the circumstances that are happening. So we are working on that in order to diversify our revenues. Suez Canal will remain the shortest and safest way, and we are hopeful that everything will go back to normal. Thank you.
I mean, Admiral, I just want to take a moment to appreciate all the hard work that you're doing. From rescuing ships to the assistance that you're offering. I mean, it's your job has become so much more complicated. It's a lot harder, and I'm just wondering, when you're looking at scenarios in terms of what the future holds, everyone is thinking, what is the safest routes, and they're going Cape of Good Hope and so forth. In your mind, how long do you think it's going to take for things to get back to normal? You're clearly prepared for any eventuality. You're doing what you can. But what is your prediction?
Regarding my predictions, I think it's ambiguous. We cannot say that it is stable. We cannot say after 1 week or 1 month or 2 months, because even the maritime forces that are in Bab el-Mandeb Strait, they're not doing the work needed in order to end the situation there. So I think this is a source of worry for us because there's no progress in the field of protecting the world trade or the ships through Bab el-Mandeb Strait and the Red Sea. There is another concern that this situation might encourage other forces to do the same in other straits in the world, and this is very dangerous. For 1 whole year now, there is no progress. Maybe this will encourage other parties in other areas or other straits in the region to do the same and to practice these things that Al-Houthi do. So this is very worrying for us. This is the big concern.
It absolutely is. I think it's a concern for everyone on all levels. But if you could just give us a sense of how you're weighing up security versus efficiency versus cost, and what MSC is doing right now, because you're looking at the numbers as much as you're looking at the human impacts as well. Insurance costs have gone through the roof. Costs of diesel have gone through the roof. I mean, you're taking longer routes when you're going through the Cape of Good Hope. Give us a sense of how you're weighing this up. Give us a sense of how you're doing this every single day with this new reality.
Yeah, well, I like to say that our industry in general is an industry of problem solvers. It really is fundamentally what we do, is solve logistics problems for our customers, and that means through solutions we can offer. So I think building in that resiliency is a big part of that, and thankfully, from our company's perspective, we had invested in and accepted the cost in carrying additional capacity beyond what the market naturally required before the Houthis managed to take over Bab el-Mandeb and the southern part of the Red Sea. So we had that capacity to put into the market and make it work. So I really think that being better prepared for the future involves the entire supply chain, thinking in terms of not what is the bare minimum we need to get by with today when everything's going well, but rather what do we need to add on top of that so we have some reserve capacity, whether it's warehousing, whether it's trucks, whether it's rail, whether it's port infrastructure. And you see us investing in all of those things here in the kingdom with the great support and collaboration of His Excellency and the government here. I think that's key to being ready for the next Black Swan event. I heard someone this week at a different event say it's starting to feel like a flock of black swans because these kind of major disruptive events do seem to be happening with greater frequency, and I think we need to be better prepared. So we're doing those things. We're also being very, very nimble and listening to our customers and trying to predict what their needs will be so that we can target the investments in our networks in the right places for them.
I think for so many people, we ask the question about how this is impacting inflation, right? It's adding to the inflationary environment on a daily aspect, whether you're living in a village in Africa, whether you're living in the United States, in New York, it doesn't matter. It's impacting everyone. When do you think, Bud, freight forwarding costs are going to come down? All these costs are going to start normalizing? Or is this our new reality and we have to contend with it? Because you're talking about investment, which means it's going to cost a lot of money. So is this now our new reality?
Yeah, and keep in mind, when we're investing in ships today, we're investing for ships towards a decarbonized future too, which have a significant cost premium. So it's an even bigger capital investment, tens of billions of dollars in the case of my company. So I can't tell you when it's going to normalize, but what I think we're seeing is in a business that's already quite cyclical, I think we're finding the frequency become more often of these cycles and the amplitude becoming higher, bigger swings up and down. And so it's really important to accept that's part of the business, build in that resiliency I talked about so you can weather the storm. And in this particular case, if I take just in isolation what's happening in the Red Sea and blend it in with a couple other factors, I think the published numbers now in the liner trade will show you the market has probably peaked for now until the next unexpected thing happens. But time will have to tell. And that's part supply and demand and part these extremes.
The only certain thing in this time of uncertainty is that something unexpected is probably going to happen. So we have to prepare for that. I mean, that's the reality. Your Excellency, I want to talk about how Saudi Arabia is thinking about the short term and long term and things that you can do to mitigate these kind of disruptions. You're also in the center of all this in so many ways. We don't know what's going to happen diplomatically or, we have no idea. I mean, but you can control certain things and talk to me about those.
Okay. As if you're saying change is the only constant.
Yes.
Right. So true, and we need to be prepared. And before I talk about, what we've done short term and plan for long term, I think globally we need to have more diversity, more redundancy to avoid something like that from happening. Routes, new routes. You've studies of north-south routes, India to Russia, of course the northern route that was announced, through the Gulf all the way to Mediterranean. All these routes I think need to be, and another route from Iraq to Turkey. And all these have been studies. And I think we have to work now and not wait for another problem to
But that's a good point, Your Excellency, because we need multilateralism, we need peace and security so that we can open up all the routes that have actually been shut down.
True.
Right?
True, of course. And, Suez Canal was built 150 years ago.
Yeah.
And so what is happening today, it will be temporary and it will eventually, but I think we need redundancy. As for Saudi, and I mentioned that import-export, we have very little or probably no impact. In fact, we increased 7% when it comes to import-export because of the redundancy we have, because we have the Gulf ports, and because we have also, by the way, the air freight increased by 30%.
Yeah.
Okay, so and we have the dry port, we have rail connectivity to Riyadh. We also launched the Jubail Dammam rail to ease the traffic on Dammam. The PIF launched the Fulk, which is a new company. It's a feeder, vessel feeder for the region. So we've done many ease of enhancement in custom clearance to reduce the time needed for clearance. So there are many things that, and we've been doing that, working very closely with the government entities, private sector, and we're close. Now, for the long term, probably you ask about the land bridge. Land bridge is one of them. And, of course, expansion in our ports, in east and west. Plus the corridors that I told you about and mentioned, that I think we need to have access to the Arabian Sea and to the Mediterranean Sea as well.
Fantastic. Actually, interesting conversation I had with Bud before we came on stage. This morning he was telling me that the Suez Canal was closed from 1967 to 1975. Admiral, that's true, right? The Suez Canal was closed.
Yeah? Yes, during the war. During the war, yes.
So the whole point is that we survived that, we can survive this, but we want to build resilience. Okay, we've run out of time, but very quickly, I want us to end with one last comment from everyone, but I want to start with you. Are you feeling optimistic in the current scenario that we'll be able to navigate these uncertainties? Very quickly, yeah.
As long as we embrace challenge rather than fear challenge, we can overcome all this, and I am optimistic.
Admiral.
Of course, I'm optimistic because we have overcome many of these challenges in 152 countries since the beginning of Suez Canal. We are used to have crises in the region and in Suez Canal, but we always overcame them.
Your Excellency.
I'm very optimistic. The world managed to overcome COVID. This is way less than COVID, so this will be behind us.
Well, I'd like to thank all of you, Bud. Thank you so much. Admiral, thank you so much for joining us. I know that you and the Egyptian government doing so much in this time of uncertainty, and of course, Your Excellency, Saudi Arabia, at the epicenter of finding solutions. We thank you so very much for your time and your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for my distinguished guests.
Thank you, Eleni. Thank you, panel. We appreciate the conversation that you brought to us on the plenary stage at the Global Logistics Forum, the very first in Riyadh. Online, virtual viewers, thank you for joining us. You may want to know what the hashtags are so you can share your conversation that we're having here in Riyadh around the world. Hashtag GL Forum 2024 or hashtag GLF 2024 is the hashtag that you will need. Later on this afternoon, we have breakout stages to the right and to your left where we can have deeper conversations that are interactive, that you can listen and also participate in. But our program in the plenary room continues with a question. What is Saudi Arabia's vision for air cargo as a global logistics leader? That question will be answered in the keynote by His Excellency Abdulaziz Al Dualij. Please come to the stage. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good afternoon.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, praise be to Allah and peace be upon Prophet Muhammad, his companions and his family, Your Excellencies, brothers and sisters, distinguished colleagues, peace be upon you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, A very good afternoon and welcome to Riyadh. The importance of air cargo in global supply chain cannot be overstated. In an era where speed, reliability, and safety are paramount, air cargo has a distinct advantages over other modes of transport. First, air cargo is essential for time-sensitive goods, from healthcare goods to electronics. We've seen its importance in a crisis like COVID-19, where GACA's commitment to overcoming logistical challenges allowed the transportation and distribution of more than 53,000 kilograms of vaccines. Globally, air cargo handles approximately $5.6 trillion, or 35% of world trade by value, despite accounting for less than 1% by volume. In 2023, the global air cargo volume was 58 million tons, with $138 billion revenue for airlines. In 2024, the global air cargo volume is expected to increase to 61 million tons, with $120 billion revenue for airlines. This indicates a 5.2% increase in air cargo volume, despite a decline in total value due to decreasing shipping rate and recovery of belly capacity. Saudi Arabia has also witnessed significant growth in air cargo in 2024, with a 53% increase compared to 2023. For the first time, the country's airports are expected to surpass the 1 million tons mark, with a total volume of 1.2 million tons of air cargo anticipated. Second, air cargo is less vulnerable to disruptions caused by instability and natural disasters. For Saudi Arabia, our geographical position gives us an unparalleled advantage. We sit at the crossroads of 3 continents: Asia, Europe, and Africa, and with around 50% of the world's population within a 5-hour flight of Saudi Arabia. We are well positioned to serve as a global logistic hub. Air cargo allows us to link vital markets with unmatched speed and efficiency, particularly in a world where supply chain reliability is increasingly under strain due to geopolitical factors. In regions like the Red Sea, where maritime trade is sometimes disrupted by conflict, air cargo offers a valuable alternative. For example, before the challenges in the Red Sea towards the end of 2023, 12% of global trade passed through the Suez Canal. Recent figures show that the number of ships crossing through the canal has decreased by 63% since carriers began temporarily diverting their vessels around Africa. At the same time, global total air cargo demand rose by 13.6% in July 2024, compared to the same period last year. This marked the 8th consecutive month of double-digit year-on-year growth of international air cargo. By expanding our air cargo capabilities, Saudi Arabia can ensure the smooth flow of goods, even when other supply chains are challenged, making the kingdom an indispensable player in global trade and logistics. Recognizing our advantages, as mentioned earlier, Saudi Arabia has made logistics a central pillar of Vision 2030, our comprehensive plan for economic transformation. The Saudi aviation strategy is an integral part of this, aiming to make Saudi Arabia one of the top global logistic hubs by 2030. Our target is to increase air cargo capacity from 0.8 million tons in 2023 to 4.5 million tons by 2030, a five-fold increase that will position Saudi Arabia as a critical link in global supply chains. To achieve this target, we are unlocking more than $100 billion in investments, including airport modernization, expansion of cargo handling facilities, and the adoption of digital platforms for real-time tracking and management of cargo. Additionally, the strategy emphasizes sustainable growth, recognizing the logistics must not only be fast and efficient, but also environmentally responsible. The Saudi aviation strategy brings together airlines, airports, cargo and logistic providers to create integrated solutions for logistic customers. But the Saudi aviation strategy is just one part of a broader logistical plan. The National Transportation and Logistics Strategy, NTLS, seeks to integrate our air, sea, and land transport systems, making the kingdom the leading logistic hub in the region. To achieve this vision, Saudi Arabia is working on expanding its air cargo fleet from the current 7 aircrafts to 27 cargo planes in collaboration with national carriers, ensuring the kingdom's growing air cargo targets are met. In parallel, the passenger aircraft fleet across national carriers is expected to increase from 241 aircraft today to 657 by 2030, including 187 wide-body aircrafts and 470 narrow-body aircrafts, positioning the country's aviation infrastructure as a competitive force globally. Through these strategies, we are addressing the global logistic challenges of the 21st century, whether it's geopolitical instability, raising fuel costs, or the shifting landscape of trade regulations. Saudi Arabia's response is to build resilience into our logistics networks, ensuring that our supply chains remain robust and flexible, even in the face of disruptions. Through GACA's regulatory mandate, we are transforming logistics at 2 regulatory levels: sector-wide economic regulation and individual logistics zone regulations. At the national level, new economic regulations were announced 1 year ago. These are the largest economic regulatory changes in 15 years, designed to boost competition, create open markets for growth and innovation, and increase transparency in commercial relationships and pricing. These changes include opening ground handling services and air cargo to competition with a general freedom of access principle, supported by a minimum competition level across the kingdom's airports. At an individual level, we are also working to establish integrated logistic zones in Riyadh, Jeddah, and Dammam. Furthermore, foreign carriers like Cargolux, DHL, Lufthansa Cargo, and Cathay Pacific Cargo have been licensed to operate regularly in Saudi Arabia, further enhancing the kingdom's air cargo landscape. With over 100 international passenger and cargo carriers currently operating in the kingdom, a 15% increase compared to previous year. Foreign operators play a vital role in achieving Saudi Arabia's air cargo targets. We have worked closely with global companies like Apple to co-create regulations and infrastructure that meet the highest international standards, providing truly integrated offerings for multinational companies. The zones offer powerful incentives such as tax benefits, custom duties, and import restriction suspensions, streamlined regulations, relaxed labor laws, and expedited certifications. These zones are designed to offer end-to-end logistic solutions, combining air, sea, and land transport in one location to optimize efficiency. Riyadh Integrated, our flagship project launched in October 2022, demonstrates these benefits. Located near the site of the Vision 2030 mega project King Salman International Airport, Riyadh Integrated is not just a logistic hub. It's a collaboration between the public and the private sector. This zone offers advanced logistic solutions, including automated warehouse and AI-driven cargo handling systems, ensuring it remains at the cutting edge of global trade. Riyadh Integrated also offers a range of incentives, including 50 years tax relief, suspension of customs duties for goods in the zone, and the suspension of import duties, and a one-stop shop for all licenses, permits, and certifications. Jeddah and Dammam will follow a similar model, with each zone serving as a key node in our logistic network. These zones will be critical to Saudi Arabia's goal of connect to over 250 international destinations by 2030. More than just reducing transit times, these zones will enhance the competitiveness of air cargo as an option for business worldwide, particularly those that depend on fast, reliable delivery of goods. Each of these zones will connect seamlessly to the kingdom's ports, railways, and roadways, creating an integrated logistic ecosystem that allows for rapid adoption to market changes. Whether it's accommodating the shift in consumer demand or responding to global disruptions, these logistic zones are the backbone of our logistics strategy. With a cargo handling capacity that increased from 1 million tons in 2018 to 3.2 million tons by the end of 2023, Saudi Arabia is well on its way to achieving its ambitious logistic targets for the future. We are confident that through these incentives and initiatives, we are putting in place the building blocks for Saudi Arabia to reshape the map of the global logistic industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. Omar Hariri is the president of the Saudi Ports Authority. Together with his team, he's put together a beautiful presentation which takes us into the future, a journey looking at what Saudi Arabia's maritime future could look like. Mr. Hariri, the podium is yours. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
Peace be
barakatuh.
upon you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all at the Global Logistics Forum in Riyadh. As the President of Mawani, the Saudi Ports Authority, I'm excited to stand before you today and share insights into Mawani's latest developments and the critical role Saudi ports play in shaping the kingdom's maritime future and realizing the kingdom's ambition to become a global logistics hub. Saudi Arabia stands at a strategic crossroads of 3 continents, Asia, Europe, and Africa, being the natural point of junction between east-west and north-south trade flows. Our geographic location, bordered by the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf, offers direct access to key maritime channels, which facilitate nearly 30% of the world's container trade volume. This prime position strengthens Saudi Arabia's ability to act as a bridge between East and West, driving regional and global commerce. As the economic engine of the region, generating 15% of the GCC's GDP, in every way, our strategic location and economic strength make Saudi Arabia a country that can play an important role in shaping the future of global trade. Through the National Transport and Logistics Strategy, under Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia aims to become a global logistics hub by enhancing infrastructure, driving economic growth, and diversifying revenues. The focus is on attracting more shipping liners, implementing sustainable digital solutions, and empowering terminal operators to increase competitiveness. Giga projects like NEOM, the Red Sea, are driving economic growth and creating new opportunities for logistics and maritime players to support the kingdom's expansion. And this collaboration will play a huge role in ensuring the success and seamless execution of these transformative initiatives. We invite you to be part of this transformation. Mawani sits at the center of KSA ports ecosystem. We manage 10 strategic ports across Saudi Arabia, along the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf, with key hubs in Jeddah, Yanbu, Dammam, and Jubail. These ports serve as a vital gateway for international trade and equipped to handle diverse cargoes and different cargo needs. We are committed to building a world-class port ecosystem, positioning Saudi Arabia as a global logistics hub through investments in infrastructure, technology, and sustainability to drive economical growth. And these efforts are already showing significant results. Saudi Arabia import and export volumes have grown exceptionally fast in recent years. Between 2017 and 2023, we witnessed a 31% increase in container import and exports volumes, and a 55% surge in container transshipment. These gains reflect both our economic growth story as well as our success in improving port infrastructure and streamlining related operations in collaboration with you, our partners. We could not have achieved this success without the support of our partners, many who are with us in this room today. We extend our deepest thanks for your continued commitment and collaboration. As we move forward, we look forward to strengthening our partnership, which are crucial to the ongoing development and efficient operation of Saudi Arabia's maritime ecosystem, and this event is an important forum for these conversations. Over the last 12 to 18 months, the maritime sector and Mawani have launched several transformative initiatives to meet our maritime goals. We have invested significantly in port infrastructure, upgrading TEU capacity by almost 77 million across our ports. We added more than 50 new shipping lines since 2023. We improved land connectivity by partnering with the Saudi Railway Company to boost rail capacity and optimize truck flows. We signed 18 new logistic parks, attracting more than $2 billion in investments. We anticipate an investment of $250 million by our concessionaires to enhance marine services, improving efficiency and turnaround times. We supported the expansion of feeder connectivity through national feeder operator Fulk Maritime, including the first Saudi flag container vessel. We introduced over 35 digital initiatives as part of our smart port strategy. We have also engaged with shipping lines to boost transshipment and streamlined customs process with Saudi Customs Authority for faster clearance. Our partnership with industrial leaders like Maersk, CMA CGM, DP World, and MSC have been key to driving investment, innovation, and excellence in our logistics parks. A significant milestone has been the development of the largest logistics park in the Middle East at Jeddah Islamic Port, made possible by a $250 million investment from Maersk. This facility, Maersk's largest globally, is set to transform regional supply chain capabilities while driving economic growth across the kingdom. Additionally, we expect several similar projects to come to fruition in the near future. By 2030, Saudi Arabia's key ports will undergo major expansion, increasing capacity with new terminal and upgraded facility, enabling us to handle greater cargo volumes and to boost operational efficiency. Key developments include Jeddah Islamic Port will expand to 11.6 million TEUs throughput capacity. Dammam Port will grow to 4.6 million TEUs. Yamba Commercial Port will expand to 3 million TEUs. King Abdullah Port will expand and reach 10 million TEUs of capacity. And finally, Jubail Commercial Port will increase to 1.5 million TEUs. At Mawani, we're driving more than 25 strategic projects. Among these initiatives are the delivery of world-class maritime service and the activation of logistic parks, including special economic zones. Strategic hubs like Jeddah Islamic Port and Ras Al Khair are central to these efforts to drive economic growth and the position of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a global logistics hub. Our ports are undergoing digital transformation projects through process automation, digital twin solutions with innovations like automated vehicles, drones, VR and AR technologies to ensure efficiency. On the sustainability front, we are implementing initiatives such as GHG reduction plan, integrated renewable energy, optimizing crane and vehicle energy use, amongst others. By 2030, Saudi Arabia maritime sector intends to be fully integrated into a seamless multimodal logistics system, connecting sea, land, and air to enhance the efficiency of the movement of goods. A key element will be a construction of a 2,500 kilometers land bridge linking east and west coasts, further boosting intermodal connectivity. As previously mentioned, we are also planning to significantly increase the number of logistics parks to create a network of integrated ports, airports, and land corridors. In conclusion, Saudi Arabia is your gateway to global trade. With bold investments, world-class infrastructure, and unparalleled connectivity, and the Kingdom offers an unrevealed access to key markets across 3 continents. Join us in shaping the future of global shipping and logistics. Together, we will lead the way. Thank you.
The economist and financial analyst Talat Hafiz will be leading our next session. Our next session will be about logistics, infrastructure, investment, so we have the right person to be the moderator for that. Mr. Talat Hafiz, please welcome to the stage.
Oh, هنا؟ Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, or good afternoon, I'm sorry. I would like to welcome you all to this next expert dialogue titled Logistic Infrastructure Investment Enabling Tomorrow's Trade. I would like to invite to the stage His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al-Dibekhi, Assistant Minister of Investment. Dr. Abdullah. منور حياك الله تفضل. Well, nice to have you, Dr. Abdullah. I know we are squeezed in time. We have 15 minutes, so let me just dive quickly to the questions. Number one, considering the kingdom's vision 2030 objective is to establish the kingdom as a logistic hub, especially when Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is connecting three major continents, Europe, Asia, and Africa. So what, from the point of view of the Ministry of Investment, MISA, what have been done so far as milestone?
Okay.
Please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Masakum Allah bil khair.
Peace be upon you all. May all have a very good afternoon.
It's hard really to talk after, those who already spoke, their excellencies, who spoke about, the logistics and the statistics that they've been made. But anyway, what I'm going to concentrate on is that going to logistics from the perspective of investment. First of all, let me state something about logistics. Logistics considered to be one of the oldest industries, as old as the humanity. And it is the focal of any other industries, and I like, the quote that logistics is the locomotive, pulling all other industries behind it. I will mention something very important just to understand why logistics is so important from all aspects. If you remember, during the COVID-19, at the beginning of lockdown, number of countries around the world, they have a shortage of food and supply. The food and supply were there somewhere in the countries, but due to the problem with the logistics, they were unable to reach the people. This is due to some kind of disruption within the logistics industry. Post-COVID, a lot of countries reshaped the logistics setup, especially going from a centralized warehousing to some kind of a distributed warehousing, and looking back again to the dispatching systems. The issue with the logistics industry, it's so fragile in a way that it consists of so many components. If any one of those components disrupted, the whole ecosystem of logistics will be disrupted. So we have to be careful of setting up all the components of the logistics, and this is why we are all encouraging the systematic of the logistics industry.
Yes.
Before we go into talking about the global logistics hub, let us define what is a global logistics hub. That is a very important thing, because we heard from all the speeches so far that Saudi Arabia will be a logistics hub by 2030, but let us define it a bit so we can understand, then we can see what can we promote to achieve that initiative goal. Ocean freight forwarding represents more than 80% of total worldwide freight forwarding, and probably more than 70% of the total trade. So we're talking mainly about the ocean freight forwarding. So the global logistics hubs are built around seaports. There are 12 success factors of global hubs. The most important are, which is mentioned so far so many times, is location, quality of infrastructures, efficient operations, technology, connectivity, which has been also discussed, and also multimode. Regulation, of course, it's extremely important within that aspect. In Saudi Arabia, Jeddah Islamic Port and King Abdullah Port were selected as the seaport of the focal point of Saudi Arabia, and they are the primary logistics hubs. Selecting two ports, it's not new, because we have many examples around the world. Los Angeles and Long Beach, they are two ports, they are the global hubs of United States. Rashid Port and Jebel Ali in Dubai, both of them are considered to be the global port of United Arab Emirates. Why Jeddah and King Abdullah ports? Because they are located in the Red Sea, and as you know, the Red Sea is a major channel for trade worldwide. Consists of more than 12% of the world trade passing through the Red Sea. Whom we are competing with? if we would like to be a global hub by 2030, whom we are competing with? We are competing with around 30 global hubs around the world, namely Singapore, Hong Kong, Lausanne, Busan, and Shanghai, Los Angeles, Rotterdam, Hamburg, and so on. And those global hubs, they are there for a very long period of time. They are there and they are well established. But what is the measure? How can we say that sport is a global hub? It is simply measured by a number of 20 feet TEU passing through, handled by that airport, connectivity, both worldwide and internally, LBI index, as mentioned today by His Excellency Mr. Saleh Al Jasser. We are now the 38th among 160 countries around the world. And also multi-mode. Multi-mode is important, and we heard already the work around the multi-mode within Saudi Arabia, and the land bridge is contributing a lot to that. I don't want to have to explain the LBI, but it is the Logistics Performance Index, which measures cost, speed, quality, reliability, timeless, and so on. With that, the competitive advantage of Saudi Arabia is so clear. Location, economy, size, resources availability, access to water channels, as has been mentioned already. But what do we need in order to complement all these together? We know now what it is needed really to be a global logistics hubs. We are at MISA, we are marketing so many activities. We need to be able to participate in projects that mentioned by their excellencies previously. Expansion in the airports, and you heard already His Excellency Abdulaziz Al-Dailij talking about King Salman Airport. We would like to widen our railway network, and already Dr. Rumeih mentioned that it's the land bridge and the expansion within the railway. We would like also to expand our road network. That will help the modality that we're talking about when it comes to becoming a global network. So a lot of companies around the world is really needed to participate in these kind of projects. Logistics zones, extremely important. Now we have 5 logistics zones, and hopefully they will be expanded. We have a very good examples of automotive industry in King Abdullah Economical Zone. We have a very good example in sales, which is mentioned by His Excellency Al-Dailij about near Riyadh Airport, near King Salman Airport, where the anchoring number of international companies, among them Apple. So we are encouraging these kind of investments, unique investments that can contribute to the success of Saudi Arabia being a logistics hubs. Some number of initiatives that already we are taking care within MISA. We are developing a number of initiatives. One of them is the Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. It is a supply chain initiative where we are encouraging integrating all these kind of industries together. We are developing and updating number of strategies around logistics and investments. Regulatory is extremely important when it comes to encouraging people to come and invest in these ambitious projects. So there will be currently going a lot of regulatory reforms to facilitate trade, reduce custom clearance times, and enhance overall the ease of doing business in Saudi Arabia. I don't want to miss something very important, and has been mentioned number of speakers previously. Technology is extremely important. Technology managed to reduce the time of logistics, efficiency, and so on. I would like to say that it is very important that to pay attention, and it has been mentioned by His Excellency Al-Falih that the logistics companies, some major, the largest now logistics company has only less than 10% of its value as an asset. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Before going to the second question, I believe that you attracted my attention to 2 things while you were speaking. One is how the kingdom dealt with the 2020, God forbid, doesn't come back again, which is the virus corona. And also, we're looking for investors who add value to our economy, to our business strategy. If you just elaborate a little bit.
We would like to encourage unique kind of investments. We don't want repetition. We'd like something with innovation, with technology transfer, with something like it's unique. If someone would like to come and build a normal warehouse, that one wouldn't help us because we have plenty of them. But if someone like Maersk who built a 100% robotics warehouse in Jeddah, that's the kind of investment that we are looking for.
Also, you mentioned back to Corona, virus 2020, the infrastructure plays a major role to have a solid infrastructure, and this is what I think one of the main factors that we have succeeded to deal with the COVID-19. So tell us about the infrastructure gap, if you will, from the MISA point of view.
Yeah. I will just comment on that. We are one of the least countries affected by the COVID, by the way.
True.
Simply because we have a robust logistics system and it is enhancing day after day. And we have seen, the benefit of having such robustics. When it comes to food, we have a very well distributed type of food among, the cities. Cold stores, that's a project that's been worked in Saudi Arabia a long time ago, where there is a well distributed among all the cities within Saudi Arabia. So we didn't have that kind of an effect or disruption in the distribution and dispatching. That's what
I may add, Dr. Medicine. It's one of the main problems that the world has.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what we are looking for in MISA, what type of a project that we are looking for, we are really would like to see mainly infrastructure projects. Examples, we have, the ports operation, the handling and operations in Saudi Arabia now. We have Hitsun ports in Jazan, we have SGP in Dammam, we have TB Ward and RCT in Jeddah. We would like to encourage more and more of this kind. It has been mentioned by His Excellency Al-Falih and by His Excellency Umar Al-Hariri that now our ports are 100% operated by the private sector. Just, it's only, 15 years ago it was, or maybe more, it was handled mainly by Mawani. Now it is handled 100% by private sector. We at MISA encourage similar to these kind of projects. We'd like to have, who is who coming and operating our ports, airports and so on. We have examples like Swiss ports, stats ground handling in the airports. This is a very important thing. In the railways we have Alston, and we would like to encourage others really to come similar to that kind of investments that we are promoting. We are also promoting the public-private partnership. It is very important for us. It's a collaboration between the government and the private system in a very large scale. And it has been mentioned already, in one of the speakers mentioned the Medina airport. It is the most efficient airport, although it's run by the private sector. It's a very successful example. So these kind of things, we would like to see a logistics centers, huge logistics centers coming and things. And I was chatting with my friend Abdullah Zamil a few minutes ago, and he said the future is really for the logistics centers to come and to promote, the light industries, the simple light assemblies, and helping the logistics, and also the raw material and so on. So this is something like we would like these kind of unique projects. Warehouses, I mentioned that already. Smart warehouses, grade A warehouses. This is what we are looking for. We don't want someone to come and build a conventional house. We would like something really state of the art. For me, to hire 10 software engineers in a house running the robotics better than hiring 1,000 unskilled labor. Right. So that's the type of things that we would like really to do. We'd like to encourage training and development. It is very important. We are in need for the training for the logistics. It's a new era, and we would like to train the people in the new era, and it is a new format. not the truck driver or something. I would like the logistics it is a new format.
Okay.
Research and development, of course.
That's very important.
Research and development and so on. That's the type of things. Unique, simply unique. What we are promoting is unique projects to help the success that we have and build on it.
Basically to upscale.
To upscale.
Upscale, yeah.
Yeah.
You were mentioning ports, which is excellent. You're mentioning railway. Do we mean everything, the total picture?
Definitely.
Anything that got to do with logistics?
Definitely. The success is really to have, if we take the ports, for instance, you have the handling, you have the containers, you have the storage, you have the dispatching, you have so there is so many activities within the port. It's one of the most complicated. Airports and ports are very complicated, where you have so many stakeholders. Indeed. They are there, and this is a huge ecosystem, and need to be really synchronized in that. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the supply chain is very fragile. If anything goes wrong in any one piece of this ecosystem, the whole things will collapse.
Will collapse. Yeah.
So just imagine if you have an issue with dispatching trucks from a certain port, go and look at the crisis, how it's going to be.
Excellent. My final question, Dr. Abdullah. I understand the kingdom's position, value added, and that's quite normal. Something add to the economy, R&D, and all of that. I, as a foreign investor, how could you, from MISA point of view, how could you facilitate my journey from A to Z?
Thank you.
Please.
First of all, we have a slogan at the Ministry of Investment, MISA. Investor journey, we would like to make the investor journey fast, fruitful, and smooth.
Good.
That's what. I would like to start with, I've been asked, I was going around the exhibition, and I've been asked by 2 foreigners today, do you allow for 100% foreign ownership? Yes, we do. Not in all sectors, of course. We have a little bit of some sectors where there is a bit of restriction for one reason or another, but most of the sectors, and if you go to our site, you will see the sector.
So I don't need a foreign investor partner?
You don't need a partner. It's 100% foreign ownership in majority of sectors. We request only 2 documents. Instead of 12 documents, now we just 2 documents. What we need is your certified commercial registration and an audited financial statement. It takes 3 hours.
For how many years? Audited financial
the last year. The last year financial statements.
Okay.
Yes, the last financial statements. Okay. And we have a one-stop shop where you stay there, and you take your license immediately, and you start. We provide investors with extensive data covering. We have a number of sites where it provides a lot of information for investors, so they can go there, search whatever they want. If they would like to see the opportunities, would like to see what the service, what is right for them, what is not, and how can they handle their business within the we have a lot of economical data, statistics, and so on. We set a lot of workshop for investors. And by the way, our relationship with the investor doesn't end when we hand over the license. Okay. It starts actually when we hand in the license, because we do a lot of services for the investors after they get the license. We have workshops. We have foreign services. We assign a relationship manager for any investors, so they can talk to the relation manager, and then they oversee any obstacles that they may face. We can facilitate matchmaking if someone would like really to partner with someone for one reason or another. Someone say, okay, I would like to see a local partner that they may help in facilitating their business better. Then we do some kind of matchmaking between investors.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Excellent. As you mentioned, your role doesn't stop at giving the license.
Absolutely.
Your role is going beyond giving the license.
Exactly.
I.e., if I have found any problems or encounter any problems, you step in.
Absolutely.
That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. That's our job. And also I would like to mention that we are encouraging for RHQ, regional headquarters, in Riyadh, and we have a lot of facilities for that. There is so many services. We extended the service to the level that we are now inviting number of international schools and number of universities to come being in Riyadh just to help those families that they are coming associated with this RHQ.
Excellent. My understanding, Your Excellency, that Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Industry, they have their own structure, if you will, to promote investment for their part. What is the role of MESA?
We are aligned. Actually, they promote it from their perspective, saying, okay, we would like to, encourage, companies within their industries, like such as you mentioned, tourism. And when they come, we take care of, their licensing and facilitating their journey within Saudi Arabia. The know-how and where to go, how to build their business, they may consult the concerned ministry.
Okay.
For instance, mining companies, the Ministry of Industry and Mining, they encourage, miners to come and work in Saudi Arabia. Definitely, they have the know-how. They can guide them in where to go, how to mine, where to mine. When it comes to licensing and helping them to facilitate
this is where
business, that's our business. Yes.
I run out of time, but final word. Final word.
Thank you very much, I would say, and would like really to encourage, and if Invest Saudi is the site where you can go and visit, where the rich of information there, and you can find us there, and you see. And we have another site called Furas, which is in Arabic called opportunities. So also there, where there is a lot of opportunities that you can dig and find. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Abdul. Before I just close, I would like to recap what has been said. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia definitely welcome investments and foreign investors, but as Dr. Abdullah said, with a value added, robotic warehouses, you name it. So the high tech is and digitalization and all this technology, R&D too is very important. Training also is very important. And as you mentioned, whoever comes to the kingdom is free with this project. No kafil, no whatever. So unless he asks for somebody to match with a local.
Absolutely, if needed. Yes.
As understood, correct me if I'm wrong. We targeting 5.7% direct investment to the GDP, non-oil GDP by 2030. Hopefully that we will do it before 2030. Dr. Abdullah, thank you very much.
Thank you very
much. Enjoyed it very much.
Thanks a lot.
And I hope you did.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Dr. Abdullah, may I borrow your mantra to help me get through this afternoon? Fast, fruitful, smooth is how I intend to MC the rest of today. Is that okay? I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you. We continue our conversation about logistics infrastructure investment. I'm going to invite to the lectern Engineer Suleiman Al-Mazrour, who is the CEO of the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program. It is very good to have you. Good afternoon. The mic is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Revolution is not a word that should be tossed casually. But in my opinion, the future of supply chain is nothing short of revolutionary. Over the next decade, we are headed toward an interconnected, resilient, and a sustainable global system powered by AI, automation, and data-driven. This will change how we operate, delivering faster, cleaner, and more personalized solutions for business and consumer everywhere. Just imagine a world where AI and robotics handle everything from warehouses to last mile delivery. You probably saw Elon Musk last week with Optimus robots that not only can pour you a cup of coffee, can do many thousands of functions, including last mile delivery. But as exciting as this future sounds, the transformation will only be possible if we focus on a constructive path forward. We must invest in sustainability and resilience. As the world becomes more interconnected, supply chains will face more disruptions, whether from climate change, geopolitical tensions, or even something like another Suez Canal incident. To thrive, we need to prioritize circular economies, diversify suppliers. We need to adopt predictive analytics tools such as digital twins for scenario planning to stay ahead of any potential risks. And let's not forget that sustainability is not about clean energy. It's about building supply chain that last. The businesses that win will be those that adopt and lead with both technology and responsibility. Resilience and flexibility will be also essential. Supply chain will become adaptable and ready to weather any storm. Because if 2020 taught us anything, it's that just in time is no match for just in case. And speaking of the consumer, personalization at scale will be essential. We will see supply chain built to handle mass customization, local manufacturing, 3D printed devices and products, delivering tailor-made solutions faster than ever. Of course, as we talk about these exciting advancements, let's consider some surprising realities of today's supply chain. The dress you ordered over the night or in even same-day delivery, it's likely spend weeks at sea going with almost 18 miles per hour or 18 knots before it hit to your shipping carts. And here is another one. It's great to talk about high tech like autonomous trucks, drones, and AI, but a ship stuck in the Suez Canal can still bring the global trades to a standstill. We're talking about almost $10 billion worth of goods not getting where they're supposed to daily. High tech still has to deal with low tech problems. So while the future of supply chain is bright, it's also one we need to build responsibly. If we invest in resilience and sustainability today, we will be ready to handle disruption of tomorrow. Saudi Vision 2030 has predicted this future and built a program called National Industry Development and Logistic Program that interconnects 4 sectors: mining, industry, logistics, and energy. Develop a sustainable future for all these sectors in an interconnected way, and also have the local manufacturing digital as focus area on that program. The future is not just about faster deliveries. It's about building supply chain that can deliver what matter the most before it's too late. Today, we are going to announce one of the ideas to help the international community solve international challenges in logistics. Championed by the Ministry of Transportation and Logistics ecosystem and partnering with the new lab, there will be the first innovation studio for logistics to help fostering the innovation on the logistics sector and solving international challenges. Thank you.
Engineer Suleiman Al-Mazrua talking about an important component to build the future of logistics, and that is infrastructure. And there's another component that we will be talking about now, and that is integrated logistics and how we can leverage that to drive efficiency and increase customer satisfaction. Good afternoon, everyone. Very warm welcome to all of you who are here, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and of course, ladies and gentlemen. I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome to all of those joining us on live stream from around the world. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us. I've been here all day, very interesting and important conversations, and I'm Pavni Mittal. I'm an international correspondent, and I'm also the moderator of our next session. So can I please invite on stage our panelists for this session? Thank you, and please allow me to introduce them. Next to me, I have Rayan Al-Bakri. He is the Deputy Minister of Transportation and Logistics Services here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I have with me Kami Vishwanathan, who is next to him. She leads FedEx in 84 countries, if I got that right, Indian subcontinent, the Middle East, and in Africa as well. And then I have with me Mr. Rodolfo Mercado. His company, Traxion, is one of the largest of its kind in Mexico and does a lot of business in the United States as well. Thank you for being here. Rayan, I want to start with you. So you're building an integrated logistics hub here in Saudi Arabia. Talk to us about your big vision for it and where you are in that journey.
Well, the vision is to become the hub of choice. Now, that does not come easy. To become a hub of choice, you have to work on multiple elements that provide success of it. From regulatory aspects to reformation, processes, along with infrastructure, along with a proper competitive environment for companies and private sector to come and invest and actually choose you as a hub. Hence, when going back in history, just to take you back in a story, 20 plus years back, I used to be a clearance agent for vessels at the port. Everything used to be manual. It's fragmented. If I want to do any operation, I need to go to 3, 4, 5 entities and provide several documentation. Along the way, a couple of years later, we had an automated system, electronic system, that started to connect entities together. So fragmentation and digitization started to be more optimized. Later on, now we have a single window where we can have everything at a single tip. Now, does it really satisfies the growth that we aim to have and to become the hub of choice and to create that convenience? We are still moving towards that. So the aim, and then from there we move to regulatory aspects. Now, the role of the logistics deputyship within the Ministry of Transport and Logistics, we actually look at integrating all stakeholders and entities under the umbrella of transport and logistics at one place, where we create convenience of the journey of the movements of goods across all modes of transport. That's the aim. Imagine if we have that in Saudi Arabia, and we will have it, inshallah, soon. Once we have that done and clear, and moving cargo is as convenient as ordering something, at that time, we actually fulfill many things. Regulatory aspects comes next. We have the special economic zones. We have the sea to air. We have rail to land to sea. We have all the multimodal connectivity, and that all helps. So are we there yet? We are halfway, and we look forward to conclude that before 2030.
Thank you. Kami, now FedEx, you're a global player. Talk to us a bit about the role of integrated logistics, because the global supply chain has evolved, especially after COVID, right?
Absolutely. I think if you think about the significant supply chain disruptions we've had over the last few years, starting with the COVID pandemic, and then the bullwhip effect that we saw with inventory following the pandemic, and then we had the Ukraine war and the increase in fuel prices. We had the Red Sea crisis, which required navigation around the African continent, increasing transit time and costs. And then with the ongoing conflict in Israel, I think global businesses have realized that supply chain resiliency is critical for business continuity and business growth. And part of building that resiliency is about alternative supply sourcing, hedging supply risk. But part of it is also about building end-to-end visibility and efficiency in the supply chain. And I think that's where integrated logistics comes in. Integrated logistics enables shippers to have visibility across their supply chain, starting from where goods start their movement to when they need to reach the customer that they need to reach. And it helps with better inventory planning and optimization, which helps reduce costs. It helps remove the friction between the players in the supply chain. And it also helps to predict where things could go wrong and put in place interventions to find alternative ways of completing the supply chain. So if you look at it, traditionally we worked in silos, and there's also not been a single technology platform, for example, that's kind of brought all of this together. We've also had fragmented regulatory environments, but moving from fragmentation to optimization has significant value. And I think our approach at FedEx is that we look at end-to-end solutions. So whether a customer is looking at express or freight shipments, air freight or ocean freight, our approach is to take a platform approach and support our one-stop proposition with technology to provide a seamless experience for our customers.
Thank you. Rodolfo, Traxion calls itself a one-stop shop. Talk to us a little bit about how that gives you a competitive advantage in the region that you're in, and what is your unique challenge?
Yes. How are you? So I agree totally with Cami. I think in the world we're experiencing right now, fragmentation in the industry, it's something that will continue to happen in the future. So in order to create a better logistics or a better supply chain for all our customers, we have to think to give them visibility. Visibility is the most important part of any customer, so they can take better decisions throughout the whole supply chain, and that way they can improve their costs, because the cost for every client has increased significantly in the past years. That's why with this vision or with this encouragement, We began 15 years ago to create this company. The company's name is Tracción, and through approximately 20 mergers and acquisitions, we have obtained now a full supply chain logistic company that we can help companies who want to go to Mexico and now also in the US to have a better service. So we help them not only with delivery of cargo, but now we can also give them transportation for the people who work in the companies. We also give last mile. Last mile, we can help them with the train. So all these mergers we have done in the last years has helped us to create this one-stop solution that we call. So it's really, really important, as Cami and we're saying here, to create this platform, technology platform, where either third-party companies can add to your platform, or your own system can help them have that visibility and traceability throughout the whole operation.
It's interesting you mentioned mergers and acquisitions, because that's my next question to you is, then how do you sort of integrate the operations? Because it's not easy. I mean, one of your latest acquisitions was in California, if I'm not mistaken. That's a different country. So how do you manage that while fulfilling your promise?
Yes, I think that each part of the operation has their own unique, peculiar problems or things to solve. But you have to do it, I think, with the way we have done it is we have created a solid shared service platform. So each type of service can benefit from best practices of the other companies. But the main focus point, of course, for us, it's our transportation management system. The TMS that has to be as flexible so we can help all our clients have that visibility or traceability, and all the different services can have the information. So that way we can offer them all the services throughout this TMS system. Those TMS are difficult to find off the shelf, but you can find some small companies who can help you with this flexibility so companies can benefit throughout integration processes.
Speaking of optimization, how are you, Ryan, then optimizing supply chains and leveraging the hub that you're creating to sort of create more value for your stakeholders and people you want to invest here?
Well, from our side of the table, we enable and facilitate. So optimizing, we try to optimize and facilitate all the requirements that the private sector needs to enter into the market in a very good optimized settings. And taking that into consideration, as I mentioned, the regulations and the processes, and how many stakeholders do they have to deal with. Today, if I were to work with the transport ecosystem and logistics, if I have a cargo to move from the seaport up to a warehouse, I have to deal with 3 to 4 stakeholders nowadays. However, when we optimize that in systems and in digitization and make a very high synergy, single windows, where it connects all those entities together, so I don't need to deal with all those. And the regulations will be all orchestrated in a way that create a smooth journey movements. And that's what we aim to do.
But smoothness isn't always easy, and Kami, I want to talk to you about that, because you're working in emerging markets where you have, we talked about digital, and I want to talk to you about that as well later, but there's so much fragmentation over there. You're also dealing with SMEs, so what is FedEx's approach?
Sure. SMEs are a very important constituent of most economies, and particularly in emerging markets. And we have a range of products that we offer SMEs, and that's all enabled by our global network. Starting with a 2 to 3 day transit for anyone shipping from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for example, to the rest of the world. We also have an economy product where if it's a small company that's very price sensitive, then there is a deferred transit time, but a more cost-efficient proposition. We also offer regional freight through our road network. And finally, also a sea road proposition through our LCL Priority product, which is faster than ocean freight, but more cost efficient than air freight. So I think the range of options is very useful for small companies. We also have a cluster strategy. So we have launched clusters. So in the kingdom, we have, for example, a cluster in the Dammam industrial area, in the digital city in Riyadh, in Cake. And we target manufacturing, industrial, retail, high tech, and so on. And we engage with small companies to offer customized solutions, whether that's customized pickups, customized clearance, pricing, and so forth. We also have knowledge sharing events where we provide guidance and share experience with small and medium companies on international commerce when they're looking to tap into cross-border markets. We've also partnered with Saudi Made, a program of the Saudi Export Development Authority, to help small and medium companies with international commerce. Finally, I think I would say we try and simplify things for small and medium businesses, and we do that with technology. So I mentioned the one-stop solution. We have what we call FOSS, FedEx One-Stop Solution, which is a platform that enables, with one click and one FedEx account number, customers to ship express and freight products with order booking, with track and trace, and it's all in one interface. I think another example of that would be in the e-commerce area, where we have a platform called FDX. And what FDX does is to enable the entire e-commerce journey for the customer, starting with demand generation, increasing order conversions, shipping, tracking, fulfillment, handling returns, and so on. So again, bringing all of this under one platform simplifies it for small and medium companies who would otherwise have to deal with multiple service providers, some of which is daunting because you're talking about international markets where they may not have a presence, or partnerships, and so on. So those are some of the ways that we try to support small and medium companies.
You mentioned the word technology, so I want to ask you, what are you betting on? Is it AI, blockchain, automation?
Yeah. So I talked about our platform approach, and I think the key technology that supports that is cloud. So the ability to create a cloud-based platform where you can integrate third-party providers through APIs and offer a SaaS product to end customers, where they can sort of pay per use. And I think that's the sort of power of cloud technologies. We're also leveraging blockchain, particularly for e-commerce, for data and document integrity, for creating supply chain visibility, since e-commerce is a fairly complex ecosystem. Third, I would say IoT. So we have a product called SensorWare, which uses sensor-based AI to provide us with real-time location of our shipments and information about where the shipment is, and so we can again communicate that with our customers and also intervene where required. And finally, I would say using our SensorWare product, but also leveraging what we call FedEx Surround, which is essentially a way for us to use historical data and predictive modeling. And that's where, again, data analytics and AI comes in. We're able to not only identify and monitor where a shipment is, and that's very important for time-critical shipments like pharmaceuticals and vaccines and so on, but we are also able to forecast demand and predict where things could go wrong, so we can put in place interventions. So I think these are some of the technologies that we are leveraging, and for us it's an ongoing sort of movement towards how do we leverage AI in different parts of our business. And we also leverage robotics in a big way at our hubs. At our Memphis hub, which is our world hub, we have robotic arms helping with the sortation of our small parcels, We have robotics employed in our truck unloading and loading, and so forth. And all of this makes work safer and simpler for our teams.
Thank you. Rodolfo, at Traxion, what kind of technology are you betting big on right now?
Well, as I told you before, I think the processes of good TMS will help you. But if we want to talk about AI, and I see a lot of young people here in the audience, not that I'm feeling old, but but you know the possibilities we are seeing now with you apply AI to the operations are amazing. Let me give you an example. In Mexico, we are in the pharmaceutical business. And whoever has been in the pharmaceutical business, they know the requirements are really specific to handle that logistic. So it's really, really important to take care of all the documentation, every code, everything. So we built with our government a robust system to have the healthcare system of Mexico, that it's around 130 million people have their medicines. So it's really important for us through AI to get the orders, the warehousing and the fulfillment, the part that we're doing regardless the shipments to all the customers. And we are doing that with information that AI gives us. But the possibilities are really big. And when you apply AI, we're now seeing possibilities to do a better forecast of our buying the medicine, better forecast of inventory, right? How can we get information to the people who's getting the medicine? So all of that will be, you can do it, but you can do it much, much faster with AI. So I think it was Jeff Blunt who said in his book, I think in the near future, in this new world of robotics and AI and everything, I think there's going to be three type of companies or three type of people. The people who can be displaced by robots, the people who will be controlled by robots, and the companies and the people who will be enhanced by robots. So for us, we have to concentrate and understand what are the key features of what you need AI to do and what still humans can do to make all the processes and all the system better.
You mentioned the word forecast, so I want to ask you about one thing that, you're doing so much business between Mexico and the US, and at this time of year, given that there's an election happening in just about a few weeks, trade becomes a very hot button topic. So how do you build business resilience where, topics like NAFTA become, unpredictable?
Yeah, well, I'm not political expert, right? But what I can tell you is, if you hear the news about trades between Mexico and the U.S., there's one word that is really popping up in the last few months. It's called nearshoring. So what it really means is companies in the U.S. have noticed that they're better to having their suppliers closer to the border. So Mexico has improved a lot in the last months or years because of that. So I know there's some political issues regarding, geopolitical issues with China and the U.S., and you have situations of elections in the U.S., and there's always talk between the countries. But what we have seen in the past is that those relationships that two countries have are sustainable because they need each other, because they need those commercial partners in order to be close, and Mexico and US have benefit from that situation.
Thank you. Ryan, last word to you, speaking of geopolitics. Now, the Middle East is very well positioned because you have multiple trade corridors like Belt and Road Initiative, then you have the India-Middle East corridor that was announced last year, but you're not the only sort of country that is trying to build a hub. What is your unique competitive advantage? And how do you balance that with your diplomatic relationships in the region?
It's a good question. First answer is that we are actually a blessed nation. We have a vision that is very clear. All stakeholders within the country are working towards achieving that vision. What does it mean? It means, first of all, we have a local consumption demand. We have local sectorial clusters, industries, not clusters, sectorial industries and strategies that sets a clear path for anyone who wants to work within the country for the next 5 years and above, until 2030 and beyond. What does it mean to businesses? It means as much as we have today, we still require more. And when we require more, then we are at the heart of the consumption. Consumption alone maybe is not comparable to certain geographical locations around us. However, we have dynamic demand, dynamic forecasts, and that goes within tourism sector. It goes within the Hajj and Umrah, the pilgrimage. So it's not steady. If we are today a 32 million citizen living in Saudi Arabia, the fluctuated demand we have goes up to 120 per year from tourism sector, from Hajj and Umrah, from the visitors, from all. So that means we are at the heart of it, and whoever wants to work and pass by, we can become an actual hub because we are a close-by destination to markets, as the fragmentation and optimization my colleagues mentioned. So as much as we have hub that is near to markets, as much as it is advantageous. Now, how do we deal with that in resilience and geographical ties? We actually provide complements. So if we have global hubs around us, we actually complement those hubs. Those hubs are meant to serve certain targets. What we have is complement and add on top of those targets to the local and global nearby regions around the kingdom.
Thank you so much, and thank you all. I'd like to now invite back on stage Femi Oke. She is a journalist, the MC and co-founder of...
Daphne, may I give observations?
Yes,
sorry,
please.
I know the time has passed. But from the discussion, and maybe most of the audience here maybe reflected throughout the sessions, and maybe we'll also get it tomorrow. Each logistics sector and entity who works in it, government or private, global or local, they work towards digitization, automation, single windows, systems, AI. All that is fragmented today. Even though it is optimizing their own, they need to be connected with each other and connected with governments. And that's something that we might need to think about in the next phase, because we are trying to reshape the global map of logistics. If we connect those companies and we connect the countries and we connect the regulations together, and we have no boundaries for movements of goods that maintain the sovereignty of each and maintain the privacy of each, that is something that we have to think about and continue looking to solve it.
Great, we're going to think about that, and maybe next year you and I can have a chat about
Maybe,
where
yes.
that's heading. Thank you all, and thank you all. And can we please have back on stage Femi Oke.
Thank you, Pavni. Thank you, panel. Appreciate you very much. Excellent. The heart of global trade, a force for good for all, is the focus for our next 20 minutes. Logistics can be more than moving products from one place to another place. Logistics can be transformative, and logistics can create and grow economies and create a more equitable trading world. To talk about this, we have two expert guests who I can't wait to have on stage with me. Dr. Binyam Raja is the Global Practice Manager, Transport Global Practice for the World Bank. Please, Dr. Raja, come and join me here on stage. And then also, Dr. Abdallah Al-Rabia is the Supervisor General, King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center. It is so good to have you two gentlemen with me. Please take a seat. Welcome. Whew. If if I am thinking about geopolitics, Dr. Binyam, Dr. Abdullah, and how it impacts the work that you do in logistics. Dr. Abdullah, you tell me first of all, give us one example of how geopolitics is impacting your work today.
Well, first of all, good afternoon to all of you, and greetings to you and Dr. Binyam. I think your start is something which is very important. We live in a world which is totally affected by any events, and geopolitics nowadays is influencing not only the logistics but all of our daily life. And let me start by a regional example, what we are facing now in the Red Sea events, what we are seeing in Gaza as just a regional example is influencing, for example, the transport system, it's influencing the logistics, but as a humanitarian person, it's also influencing the movement of humanitarian supplies to many really poor, fragile countries in need. And the examples are so many, and I want to turn it to Dr. Binyam. I'm sure he will take another example on the other side of similar conflicts or geopolitical events that are affecting the movements around us.
Great, yeah. Well, thank you, Dr. Abdullah. It's really an honor to be with you, and I'm looking forward for our conversation. And thank you also, Femi, for moderating this session. So the geopolitics, I mean, this morning, today, we heard quite a lot about how conflict around the world is affecting logistics and supply chain. One of the key ones, of course, in the last couple of years is the Russian invasion of Ukraine that really disrupted food trade and energy trade. So we saw that the grains in Ukraine, actually 70% of the grains from Ukraine go to the Middle East and Africa. And that had a huge impact. So we saw like a 50% increase in food. It made food security issue, especially in Africa, very, very critical. And I'm sure the humanitarian work was affected by that. We also saw disruption in the energy supply, which when Europe stopped importing energy from Russia, then it did have a spillover effect, in the sense we saw also an increase in exports from US, Qatar, Nigeria, and other places. So, you know, in conflicts, there's always winners and losers as well in the same time. But, you know, if we're going to talk about geopolitics, perhaps we can broaden the concept beyond just conflicts, right? We have things like US-China trade tensions that is really realigning supply chain. We know deglobalization is happening in a big way, where countries are now rethinking their trading partners rather than relying only on faraway places, but trying to do closer to their own region. Regionalization is becoming a big item. Inshoring within the country is also a big topic. So we see a lot of this that is really remaking the logistics network. So what that says for countries in the Middle East, in Africa, and developing countries is we do really need to rethink about our transportation network. We have to build redundancy. We have to think in terms of different transport network, not just only on maritime, but also think about railways, road networks, because regionalization is going to be super important as we move forward in our global trade.
I want just to add, I don't want the audience to think we talk only about geopolitics. We have, for example, the pandemic, COVID-19 has influenced all the economy, influenced the logistics, influenced the access. I want to address also climate change and its influence also on the logistics movements, and also influencing also certain countries. And without having a fully integrated, interconnected systems, which will influence not only developed countries, but also underdeveloped countries, I think we will not reach our goals.
So, man-made crisis, natural crisis. Let's talk about driving economic growth, because logistics can do that. It's basically trade. Dr. Abdallah, one of the key ideas you have is about creating hubs. Can you share that hub idea with our attendees?
Well, I think we learn from the events that has happened, and with my medical background, I will take the event of COVID-19 pandemic. We have seen how much everything has been halted, and when we came to both the supply chain and also when we moved to the vaccination equity, we have found there is a big gap in the system. And that's why I'm a strong believer that we have to move stronger to regionalization, creating multiple logistics hubs. I'm not talking only about commercial logistics hubs, also humanitarian logistics hubs. And that will take us more to the industry. If we look at the industry, especially when it is related to the health and life of people or living of people, without having a regionalized industry hubs. Why don't we have it hubs in the fragile countries, in, for example, underdeveloped countries? This is very important for the quick access, quick equity, and many people think that will not thrive the economy. I think it's the wrong, you are talking about the wrong thinking. I think the more you invest in an interconnected systems, this will have a return back of investment on the long term. This morning we have heard that 40% of the population in the future will be in Africa. If we do not start the investment in Africa today, it will be too late.
Dr. Binyam, just going off the idea of having hubs around the world to drive economic growth through logistics, you're taking logistics right back to basics with a brilliant revolutionary idea, which is also obvious. Why doesn't the developing world, rather than ship their resources out, process their own resources?
Yeah. Well, so it's partly history, but I think with this kind of innovation, creating hubs in the region, so those hubs, not only can they be logistics hubs, but they can also be manufacturing hubs, adding more processing. So one of the key changes we're seeing now, for example, is the energy transitions, right? It's kind of it has become also a geopolitical issue by its nature. So the energy transition is going to require tremendous amounts of critical minerals, such as lithium, cobalt, copper. All these critical minerals are found in very few countries, mostly in Africa, some in Latin America, but the processing happens far away from those countries. So, you know, my favorite thing to say these days is, let's not repeat what we did in the 20th century, where we export cocoa and import Swiss chocolate. So
back to the African country.
Back to Ghana.
Who grew the cocoa?
Yeah. So why not?
That is not good logistics.
No, well, it's not good. Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Depending on where the hub is, though, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
So I think so one thing we have to do is really to break down the supply chain of this processing. So you go from producing, excavating all these critical minerals to putting them in the EV. There are steps that could happen in nearshoring, in around. So if South Africa is producing cars, perhaps they could also work on the processing of the critical minerals. Here, for example, in Saudi, in the Gulf, we're also looking into the whole business of using hydrogen as a source for maritime shipping or for sustainable aviation fuel.
So, gentlemen, can I ask you, though, I love the idea of the hubs processing at the point where the country produces the actual product. Are you being ambitious? Are you being idealistic? Is this possible?
Well, I don't think that we are ambitious. I think it's a possibility, and the world is changing. I was talking to Dr. Binyam just before this event, and I have visited so many African countries and fragile countries, and I know how much the potential is there. There is caliber, there is potential, and the more we pay attention to build those countries, I think it will actually come back to us in terms of return. But if you allow me, I'll ask Dr. Binyam a question.
Yes.
What's the role of the World Bank to stimulate this regionalization and creating hubs in fragile countries?
Yeah.
What is the role of the World Bank?
Well, no, that's a good question, Dr. Abdullah. So we have regional integration is one of our key priorities. So we support countries in developing transportation network. So for example, in Africa, we have the African Trade Association, Free Trade Area. So there's going to require quite heavy investment. But it's not only also about investment in infrastructure, it's also about policies related to cross-border movement of goods. So many of these countries have what economists like to call non-tariff barriers, because through bureaucracy, through delays, so that becomes a disincentive in trade. So the vast majority of, for example, food in Africa comes from other countries, when actually there are a lot of countries within Africa that can produce enough food to feed the whole continent. So we have that. So I see that also, I mean, here in the Middle East, we have a program to also support railway integration within this region. But in my view, we still need to move beyond just the infrastructure, but also improve the interconnection of those countries. I think the GCC, the Gulf Council countries, does very well in trade facilitation. But when you go outside of the GCC, there are still bottlenecks in terms of non-tariff barriers, and also the lack of infrastructure.
Dr. Binyam, that was an excellent question, Dr. Abdallah. Dr. Binyam, what is your excellent question for Dr. Abdallah?
Yes. Well, I think, Dr. Abdullah, my question is, I know you are in the business of the humanitarian, so in a way you're reacting to crisis, which is, of course, an amazing thing to do. How about preparing those countries, first of all, from getting into this crisis from the start, especially the natural ones, you know, like the famine or whatever we see, or the food distribution that has. So what is your thinking in terms of preparedness or making these countries more resilient to shocks, let's say?
It's a very good question,
Yeah.
Dr. Binyam, which is driving us to one of the points you mentioned, Femi, which is the resilience. And I think it's the role of humanitarian actors to transform fragile countries from receiving relief, immediate relief, to the recovery period, then the development. And let me give you example. KS Relief, which is the humanitarian arm of Saudi Arabia, is doing its best to move those countries from getting just their daily food, which cannot continue forever, to making them grow crops and build up their own meals. It's like, actually, instead of I give you food, I make you make your own food. And one of the best examples is in Yemen. We started as an immediate relief. Now we are working together with many partners to move to the recovery period, support agriculture, support farming, support also fishing, and you name it, so that communities will be able to stand on their own. And also you should empower women, empower youth. Without empowering families, women, children, and investing in youth, you will not be able to do it. And I'll close by, you should not forget about building capacity, building caliber, investing in education, investing in also continuing training programs for fragile countries, and I'll stop here.
Dr. Abdallah, how many years have you been working in logistics?
Well, for me, I was in the health sector from the 90s, and I was involved in the health logistics, and then moved to the humanitarian, and the last 10 years I have been in the humanitarian logistics. So my life is logistics.
Your entire life. Dr. Binyam, how many years have you been working in logistics?
Well, I can say maybe 25 years.
25 years.
Transport and logistics.
Let me just say, 25 years. Okay, Global Logistics Forum, you have just experienced at least 50 years of expertise. Please make our doctors, our gentlemen, feel very appreciated. We thank you for your time on our stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Excellent.
you, Dr. Abdullah.
Gentlemen, please take a seat. All right. May I commend you if you're here this afternoon, because we started quite early this morning. Thank you for being in the plenary room. We are now going to look at the new global map of logistic new corridors. And to do that, we're going to be putting the pieces together with Dr. Yap Kwong Weng. Please come and join me here on stage. Chief Sustainability Officer for YCH Group. It's good to have you. Thank you very much. And also Vincent Cost, Chief Commercial Officer of Riyadh Air. Please take a seat. Gentlemen, good to have you here. Right. Vincent, welcome. Riyadh Air. What do we need to know about Riyadh Air from a logistical perspective? What's the latest news?
So listen, Riyadh Air had quite an amazing achievement today because we completed our last certification flight with GACA, or Civil Aviation. It has been a fantastic adventure with GACA since we started this journey. So in the coming weeks, we will have hopefully this stamp from GACA saying we are an official airline, so that's a great step. The next step is summer 2025, when we are planning to start operating. We will operate in the summer to a few destinations, but starting from summer 25 until the end of 2030, we'll have the fastest growth that any commercial airline has experienced, with an average of 2 destinations opened every month, and we'll be at over 100 destinations by 2030. So now to answer your question, when it comes to the link with logistics, well, we will operate big aircraft, 72 Dreamliners, and maybe some additional aircraft by the end of the decade. And these aircraft have big bellies with big capacity, so that will be our contribution to the national aviation strategy when it comes to transport and logistics.
Thank you. Dr. Wen, the YCH Group, the latest news from the YCH Group. What do we need to know about the work that you're doing?
I think YCH is really about connectivity. It's about supply chain. We are a 70-year-old company specializing in transport, storage, technology, and most recently, our superports around Southeast Asia, in Vietnam and in Cambodia. And I'm also the CEO of the Vietnam Superport, a multi-modal logistics port that focuses on bonded warehouses, cargo, and also, a spectrum of other activities that facilitate and push towards sustainable outcomes.
So in your line of work, if we're looking at new trade lanes, what is your focus? Where are the new trade lanes for you?
I think the next bound, really, as I mentioned earlier on, is really about connecting nodes. If you see Southeast Asia as a hub by itself, it's made up of many, many different countries. Take, for example, ASEAN, 10 countries, 700 million people, and then young demographic also at the same time, all aged between 25 to 35, maybe about 155 million people aged in that young demographic. And here we are talking about cost competitiveness. We are talking about building new advantages, and that's what logistics is all about: reducing cost, increasing efficiency.
Yeah. And this is where, from our perspective, it's so important to have these interactions and look at these trade corridors, because we, as Riyadh Air, especially in the air cargo business, are looking at these flows of goods, not only to and from Saudi Arabia and Southeast Asia to Saudi Arabia or Middle East, Africa is huge, but also how to connect Southeast Asia, let's say, to Europe via Riyadh, which will be our business when we start to fly.
Yes, definitely. And of course, we will be able to use tech enablers to support that. Digital twins, developing new integrated logistics marketplace to enable different stakeholders to come on board as well. And then reducing, middleman sort of areas and increasing the level of operational effectiveness. I think that's where we really want to move towards to.
Yeah, in fact, we had a very interesting discussion before coming on stage about what new digital capabilities will enable. Riyadh Air, as having no legacy in terms of systems, has this ability to reinvent the way we do business. We are doing it on the passenger side, but we were discussing about the possibility nowadays to have marketplace where all the different modes of transportation or logistics, air, sea, train, road, etc., can be aggregated in a marketplace where SMEs, for example, or which SMEs can use to have an end-to-end logistic solution.
Yep, definitely. And that's where our Superport comes into place, because now we have two. We are also thinking about opening up others, say, for example, in Laos. I just came back from Laos from an ASEAN summit, looking at business and investment. See, all prime ministers coming in, for this summit to talk about business. And growth in ASEAN has generally been strong so far. Vietnam goes about 6% growth, the rest 4 to 5%. And I think at this time of the world where lots of things are happening, trade diversification is happening, supply chain disruptions are happening, and of course this won't be like during the pandemic where congestion occurs. I think today we are facing a very, very different world today, where we see flashpoints coming up from geopolitics to supply chains, and that's where we need to collaborate, partner with different stakeholders, from the tech companies to the air companies to the cargo companies, and I think this is where we really stand out and make a difference during difficult times.
Vincent, who are you partnering with at this stage for Riyadh Air? Who are you seeing where, okay, to grow the way we want to grow, we need tech, we need to work on this route, who are you thinking of?
So we have already engaged with big partners, but our first partner would be our sister company, the other national airline, the historical national airline, which is Saudi Airlines. So when it comes to both the passenger side and the cargo side, Saudi will be, the cooperation with Saudi will be at the core of everything we do. Then we have already engaged with big airline partners on the passenger and cargo side. So we signed with Singapore Airlines, which will help cover our scope for Southeast Asia. China is very important for us, so we partnered with Air China and China Eastern. When you look across the Atlantic, we have partnered with Delta Airlines, the biggest airline in the world, and Egypt Air for Africa. So now we are looking at two geographies that are quite important for us. One is Western Europe, because Western Europe is obviously a big area in terms of cargo logistics for Saudi Arabia. And we are looking at the Indian subcontinent. And once we have covered these last two regions, we consider that in terms of partnership, it's all about execution. We don't want to have hundreds of airline partners, just a few will be enough for us.
And really, this is all about streamlining and really looking at the stakeholders that you choose to work with, especially in your case, air cargo, passenger, types of services that you provide. But I think in time to come, I think we'll see demand coming back even more, post pandemic. And right now, I think, as I mentioned earlier on, we see trade diversification coming to different parts of Asia, because simply to say it is more cost efficient to go there.
Yeah.
And there are many exotic places in Asia also as well, both for tourism, as well as for healthcare, and even, in this case, logistics. Manufacturing companies are coming into different parts of Southeast Asia, into Vietnam, into Cambodia, to store goods and then ship them out into different parts of the world.
Yeah.
I think that's becoming an emerging trend. And with this trade diversification, I think very much so, this should be and might be, an option, a strategic option, for big companies and international companies to consider as well.
Absolutely. But looking at Southeast Asia, this partnership with Singapore is quite remarkable. Singapore quite well, and we are delighted to have, so it's not the biggest in the world, it's considered as the best in the world,
yeah.
And to have secured such a partnership, and we will essentially, as we are ramping up from 0 to 100 destinations, we will need this partner in Singapore to cover the entire Southeast Asian region, and cargo is a big piece of our partnership.
I'm thinking about cooperation and competition. Am I thinking in a binary situation where if you're cooperating with partners, are they also your competitors? Dr. Wang.
I think this is a very interesting question, by the way. I mean, in short, I think partners can at some point, in business, become competitors at some point. But I think there needs to be some form of understanding. And I think trust plays a very big part, in business. And I think trust is also something in partnerships and in collaborations. It is seen quite differently across different cultures. But having said that, if you move towards a more collective goal, say, for example, towards sustainability, then our efforts will be very inclusive, because everyone agrees that the world should be a better place to live in, because we become more sustainable, our air becomes cleaner, we look forward to new methods towards creating a better world to live in, and also our younger generations will benefit from it. So I think there's no disagreement in that case. And clearly on that, trust becomes the safeguard, of our business ahead. And I think this is on that basis that we should work, not just within the logistics space, but across different sectors as well.
And, to build on these partnerships, don't have to be always, competition doesn't have to be always there, as long as a first requirement is covered, which is being compliant with competition law, etc., which is an absolute must. So for all the partnerships that airlines usually engage with, competition authorities are consulted, and there is a clear framework of development. But going back to example of Singapore, for example, in that case there is pure complementarity, because let's say we fly a passenger or cargo from Riyadh to Singapore, and then Singapore Airlines takes this from Singapore to Sydney. It's absolute complementarity, and everyone benefits in this partnership, right?
What about your sister airline, Saudi?
Yeah.
They fly cargo too.
Yeah.
You're flying cargo.
Yeah.
You have this trajectory, which is going to be very impressive if you're able to stick with it. Do they not then get quite grumpy, jealous of your work?
Well, I would not see it like this, because first, we are not yet operating our commercial flights. This will come summer 2025, and we will ramp up slowly but surely, meaning for the years to come, we'll both operate, for example, to and from Riyadh. But let me take an example of complementarity. Saudi flies to destination that Riyadh Air will not operate, and similarly, Riyadh Air will fly to destination that Saudi will not operate. So by cooperating, we can jointly cover a bigger amount of destination. I think it's absolutely a win-win.
Dr. Wang, you talked about the opportunities of exploring new trade corridors. What about the challenges? What's the hardest part of opening up new trade routes, new opportunities?
I think there are a couple of areas to look at. I mean, one of it is the cultures. Second would be policies. As you know, different countries, different regulations. You've got to iron them out very carefully. And the third area, is, I would say, collaborative actions, how you move into the networks across different countries. And that's where, from my company, or our company, YCH, we are already over in 100 cities in Asia. So we have built that up, trust across 70 years. And therefore, we can, as my chairman says, grow without growing pains. Meaning to say, you don't have to start right from the bottom. You can move in, use our past experiences and our networks, our transportation systems, our fleets, to do business. And I think after you fly, and that's where your cargo needs to go somewhere, that's where your passengers need to, move into different areas, especially if they're industry. I think, there's a lot of scope to discuss. But challenges, I must say, I would say it's different across, like I said, customs, integrated systems, digital technologies, how we're going to implement, how are we going to be sustainable throughout the entire supply chain. And I think that's really, the issue that collaborative action needs to come in.
And this is where I think technology or the rapid change of technology will play a big role, right? Because you have different modes of transport, air, sea, road, train, etc., with different operating systems. But ultimately, once we will be able to interconnect all these ecosystems and, put in addition all the rules, regulations, customs, etc., I mean, down the road, there is a huge opportunity to make life easier for everyone and to all benefit.
In our overarching conversation, gentlemen, we've been exploring new global corridors for logistics to take place in. Dr. Wen, what is the most important takeaway you would like to leave the Global Logistics Forum in Riyadh with? What do you want people to remember 1 year from now?
I hope that the world would consider Asia as their manufacturing hub. Not just because it is more cost efficient, but also it is the base and foundation, for several multi-cultures to be there. And I believe that in the next bound ahead, I think this will be a perfect location for companies, that come from West, from the Middle East, over to Asia to set up their bases there and to do good also for society and the people.
Vincent, the memorable sentences that you will leave our audience with, that they will say, Vincent Cost, 2024, he said this, and it's never left my mind. What would that be?
I would say something that our CEO, Tony Douglas, says quite often, but rightly so. Our brand is Riyadh, and our role in the coming years, starting next year, will be to connect Riyadh to the rest of the world, to be a key driver of the national aviation strategy for the kingdom, and to play our role in this the future of this transport and logistic ecosystem. So we are very excited. Watch us in 2025 when we start flying. You'll remember us.
I feel the excitement emanating off you. I can't wait to see what happens next. Dr. Wang, we really appreciate you. Anything left unsaid that you feel is important, that you came all this way to talk to us about? Anything else that you would want to leave us with?
I think I also want to mention, I mentioned a little bit about sustainability, but I also wanted to mention about to continue to take on the path to net zero. And for us, we have committed, towards net zero by 2040. We understand that it's a challenging approach, but we always think that nothing is impossible if we put our heads to it. But we can only do that with different types of collaboration, addressing the different scopes, especially scope 3 emissions. The idea really is to reduce carbon emissions to make the world a more inclusive place to be. So it is my strong hope that this could happen collaboratively.
This is such a challenge, Vincent Cost, with you starting up a new airline and talking about reducing carbon emissions. That is a whole plenary all by itself. So you won't get into it now, but thank you so much for being part of this conversation today. Appreciate you both. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good job. Excellent. Thank you very much. I want to come over and say personally thank you. I can almost do it to all of you. I appreciate you being in the plenary room. This is the end of the plenary program for today, but we have breakout stages, 2 on that side of the room, 2 on this side of the room. If you're watching virtually, you can join us again back here in the plenary at 10 a.m. on Monday. Thank you for your attention. My name is Femi Oke. It will still be Femi Oke tomorrow morning when I see you again. Take care, everybody. Enjoy reshaping global logistics together. Thank you.